Okay. We should be live with with 8,000 mega transfers RAM, guys. This is it. I finally pulled the trigger. I finally was like, okay, you know what? Today is the day. We are going to 8,000 mega transfers DDR5 on Ryzen. We're gonna make it work. And I'll be honest with you guys, it was so easy. It's like, I don't even know. I don't know if I'm actually stable right now. We're going to test to see the stability by playing a bunch of games while live streaming, while stressing the CPU, while doing all that stuff. Get the Steam updates going. Let's get those Steam downloads going. Let's see if we can make this thing crash while we are live. Alright, just to kind of show everybody here, if you're tuning in on time, this is it. Right above me, right there, 8,000 mega transfers, 48 gigabytes DDR5 on the Ryzen 9 7950X 16 core. This was so easy. I don't even know how. I didn't even know this was easy. I feel like I should have done this months ago. But for some reason, I just didn't want to buy this RAM. I didn't want to buy this magical RAM, but that 8,000 kit is the kit to get, and we're going to show the reasons why. And it's really hard to get right now. I think this RAM is sold out from Amazon. It's sold out on Newegg. It's really hard to come by. But this is it. The magic kit. 8,000 mega. Well, okay, we know it's not actually 8 gigahertz. Because can you imagine if RAM was clocking at 8 gigahertz? That would literally be faster than the CPU. And it's just memory. So it's actually 4 gigahertz. Remember, it's double data rate. So it's 8,000 mega transfers per second. So that's 4 gigahertz on the actual M clock. Now, at M clock, just to kind of show this, let me zoom in here. Let me see, is this good enough? Alright, hold on, let me do one thing here. This is the core clocks. There's the Ryzen clocks. You guys can see it. We clock the Ryzen 9 7950X3D can clock up to 5.7 gigahertz. You guys can see it right there. 5.7 gigahertz on the faster cores. Or actually, it's weird because it's like core 8 and 9 are also doing that. So, hey RK, what's going on? This is so easy. I did not know how easy this was to run 8,000 mega transfers RAM on Ryzen. It is so easy. I didn't know it was this easy. We're going to see if it's stable, though, because we're now live streaming on the machine, live, and we got a bunch of games lined up to test. We're going to test a whole bunch of stuff. I got to download a bunch of Steam updates. So we're going to let that go. Actually, let's see. Is Dragon's Dogma 2 updated? Yes. Okay. Because that's the one I want to test. Let's make the game quieter. For now. Just drop it to 3. Okay. Okay, we're going to test various games, but for right now, we're going to start off with Honkai Star Rail. But just to kind of show you guys, here's the settings. So this is the clock speeds on the individual cores. Let's go down to the memory timings. Okay, here we go. Memory timings. 4 gigahertz for the memory clock. So M clock is 4 gigahertz. You double data rate that. That's how you get your 8,000 number. That's why it's 8. It says 8,000 megahertz on the box. It's really not 8,000. It's 8,000 mega transfers. All right, here's the primary timings. 40, 48, 48. So right here, 40, and then the second number is 48. That automatically indicates Hynix RAM. That automatically eliminates Samsung and Micron from the equation. Just that alone. So we already know this is Hynix. Now, I know for a fact it's Hynix, but if you didn't know that, just look at these two numbers. They're different. It's Hynix. So now, if we look at the... Okay, that's the CPU, temperatures, that's whatever. And then what I wanted to show you guys is right here. VDD, VDDCR SoC. This is VSoC. So, our VSoC is only 1.185. So, you don't need 1.3 volts. Or even more than that. In fact, you should never even be close to 1.3 volts. Because that's too much voltage. You're overvolting the chip. So you only need 1.2. I'm going to release a video that shows what manual voltage settings you can apply. Basically, it's 1.2, which is what I've applied. Now it shows 1.185, but in the BIOS I set 1.2. The miscellaneous, that's 1.1. And then we have some current amps right here. We have the CPU package power, so, you know, here's your current value. So it's using 68, 69 watts. You have your individual core powers. Right here. This is the major thing that I want to cover. So the fabric clock is 2 gigahertz. It shows up as 100, or it shows up as 1996. It's 2 gigahertz in the BIOS. And that is your F clock. That is a fixed value. Now, some people try to do fabric overclocking. I don't even bother with fabric overclocking. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't do anything. Just leave it at 2 gigahertz and don't even lose any sleep on it. It's a waste of time. Next, we have the major number to remember. So this one is U clock. U clock stands for Unified Memory Controller Clock. See how it says memory controller clock in the description there? Oh, you guys can't see the tooltip. It doesn't show up on OBS. So, 2 gigahertz. So here's the magic thing that I kept talking about. I've made probably like 2 or 3 or 4 YouTube videos on this specific topic. And we are going to put this to the test. We are going to compare how this 8,000 megatransfers kit does versus 6,000. So we're going to be doing 2-to-1 ratio at 8,000 versus 1-to-1 ratio 6,000. And it's because at 8,000, the U clock and the F clock are equal to each other. They're equal. Just like in the days of Zen 1, 2, and 3. When you wanted to run your DDR4 at 3600, your U clock and your fabric clock were the same speed. Because the fabric clock on Zen 3 ran at around 1800 megahertz. Now, 1800 megahertz times 2 is 3600. And that is why 3600 DDR4 was a sweet spot. Now, go back and watch a bunch of my videos. I did lots of videos on that specific topic. But the same rule now applies in the realm of DDR5. Because now F clock is 2 gigahertz. U clock is also 2 gigahertz. And the reason why U clock gets to be 2 gigahertz is because of the 2-to-1 ratio. Because my M clock is 4 gigahertz. You take 2-to-1, that means you take 4,000 and you divide it by 2. That gives you 2,000. That is how U clock gets to run at 2,000. Now, that means that there is no longer any buffering of data from the fabric to the controller, and from the controller to the fabric. That's the main thing. So what that translates into is increased throughput. The amount of bandwidth, the amount of data that you can push across the I/O die is vastly improved, at least theoretically, on paper when looking at these clock speeds. And I guess that's pretty much it. The other thing, too, is the RAM voltage. So here's one of the RAM sticks. You guys can see it is 1.35 volts. Actually, oh, you guys can't see that. Here it is. VDD and VDDQ are about 1.35. So that shows that you don't need 1.4, 1.45. You know, you don't need these ridiculously high amounts of voltage to handle high-speed DDR5. At least not on an AMD platform. That's the reason why I feel like ever since Agisa 100C, and I guess technically speaking, ever since Agisa 1007B, although that one had a thing with memory context restore not working correctly. Ever since that time, Ryzen has been able to hit high memory speeds, no different from Intel. In all things told, the average 4 DIMM motherboard on AMD and Intel allows you to hit the exact same clocks, like across both CPU architectures. The one exception is if you're doing 2 DIMM motherboards. 2 DIMM motherboards on Intel, you have the higher echelon, but the only caveat is that only applies when you're on single rank and lower capacity DIMMs. So typically we're talking about 2x16 for a total of 32, or 2x8 for a total of 16. Although I don't think a lot of people are going to be using 2x8 on DDR5 because it's basically a half rank. So there are some performance penalties for doing that. So that's the main point that I wanted to get across. How are we doing on time? Wow, I've already talked for like 5 to 10 minutes or so. Yeah, I've already talked. Wow, it says I've been live for 14 minutes already. Man, time flies. But that's the DDR lesson for the day, I guess. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to test it. And originally, I did make one mistake. I thought that this RAM was on the QVL list for this motherboard. And I'm actually wrong. I got it mixed up. So where's my is this it? Yeah. So I actually got mixed up here. I thought that the Steel Legend supported this specific GSkill kit, which is the one that I'm using. So 8000J40. Let's see, does that show up in here anywhere? No. So it looks like the ASRock board, at least officially, it tops out at this Team Group 7600 kit. But technically, as far as I can tell, I'm not having any problems running the 8000 on here. Now, the Aorus Master, which is the other AM5 motherboard that I have, that one does officially support this kit. You can see it right here. I've highlighted it there. That kit is the one that we're running right now on the ASRock motherboard. So this kind of proves that it's actually kind of easy to do. I did not realize how easy this was. And as you guys will see in the video, the memory training was actually very quick. I didn't even realize how fast it was to train because I'm so used to training a lot of RAM. You know, like I'm used to training 96 gigs minimum. So when I put in this 48 gigabyte kit, and it was like, oh wow, it's like almost like DDR4 when it gets into the BIOS. I was like, wow, that's fast. So, and then MCR works properly. So as of, I want to show you guys the BIOS that actually made all this possible. It was around this time. So this one here, 1.28 on ASRock, which was last summer. Last summer was when they basically made Gear 2 mode work correctly. And that's what's enabled these higher speeds. So for those that are just now tuning in, we're talking about, we're basically overclocking the RAM. We're running a high overclock. You guys can see right there. We are running 8000 on 48 gigabytes. So that's what we're testing right now. I'm going to test and see how stable it is live using the same PC while all of it's running in the background. So just to kind of rule out stability, because I know a lot of people will ask about that. We'll test various different games to see how it performs, starting with this one. And if you guys have any questions, just start commenting in the chat and I'll try to answer all the questions that come in. Oh, I should probably put this on the screen. Yeah, even though in general you want to try to stick to QVL RAM, meaning RAM that's on the qualified vendor list, which means your motherboard brand, your motherboard manufacturer actually tested and certified that the RAM works on the specific motherboard. That doesn't mean that other kits of RAM won't work on that motherboard. Case in point, with Gigabyte, I've been able to test the RAM and it works on their board and it's on their QVL list. Right now, I'm testing it on ASRock on the Steel Legend, and it's not on the Steel Legend, but it's working as far as I can tell. So we'll see. Like if I crash while live, if this stream just like if I start stuttering and you guys can't, like it's like I'm not doing anything, that means my computer probably froze and the RAM's not stable. Yeah, we need to get these things. But I'm amazed. I'm just kind of in awe right now as to how easy this was to set up and get running. Alright, let's test the stability. Starting with Honkai Star Rail, and then we'll switch to a different game. Maybe I should put that over there. What do you guys think? Should that be over there? Should I get rid of the task manager? Task manager? Does task manager even need to be here right now? Put it next to me. I don't know what to do with task manager. Put it up here in the corner? Just put it up there in the corner. Yeah, I guess I'll just leave it there. I thought I was gonna need this thing. So this is my little postcode debug, so that I can see the postcodes on this motherboard, because this motherboard doesn't have a 7-segment display. So I thought I would need it. I actually didn't need it. It didn't take that long. And you know what's funny? I didn't even clear CMOS. I didn't do anything. You guys know me. I never DDU. I never remove the old drivers. I leave everything in there. My operating system probably has so many messed up registry entries at this point, because this is the Windows install that started on Windows 7, or maybe it was Windows 7, then it became Windows 10, and now it's Windows 11. I've never done a clean install. So like, it's so messed up, but it works. It's so good. And all I did was I literally turned off the computer, pulled out the old RAM, put this 8000 kit in there, turned on the computer. It booted straight up into the XM. It loaded the old RAM's settings on this RAM, and it just straight up worked out of the box. Now, granted, I was at like half the capacity at 48 gigabytes versus what I was on the old RAM, but I mean, it works. Like, that's the thing. It just straight up works, man. Whoops, I don't even mean to move that. I don't even know what happened there. Like, hey, Gershon, this is insane though. Like, 48, look at this. 48, 8,000, guys. Look at that. Right above me here, 8,000 megahertz. 8,000 mega transfers on DDR5. On the wonderful, efficient, mighty AMD Ryzen 9 7950X3D. That is insane. It is insanely easy. Like, what? This isn't even challenging. Really? 8,000 isn't even challenging anymore, at least as far as I'm concerned. Now I want to get a second kit, and I want to try 4 sticks. I want to try a total of 96 gigabytes across 4 single rank DIMMs at 8,000. I want to see if I can get that working, because you guys know me. I'm the guy that got 192 gigabytes working on Ryzen at 6,000 Gear 1 mode. So let's see if we can get 4 sticks, 96 gigs total at 8,000 Gear 2 mode. Like, that's the next challenge. Challenge accepted. Hey guys, what's going on? We're testing stability right now on this RAM. I'm testing to see if the system's stable. But this is my real world test. I'm live streaming on the computer after overclocking, and I'm playing games and running all kinds of applications. I'm downloading a whole bunch of Steam updates right now for like Dragon's Dogma and some other games. So we'll test all of that here shortly. Hold on, let's do something here. Change this. Get rid of these voices. Just turn the music. Turn the music up. There. Just play the music. We don't need to hear all the sound effects. It's got like that 1950s jazz style to it or something in this game's music. Alright, let me check my RAM temperatures. Alright, check this out, guys. Well, what's on the screen? Is this on the screen? Okay. So my RAM right now is running at 40 degrees Celsius. On one of them, it's 40.8. And now on the other one, it's 39. Oh, it's about 40. So about 40 degrees Celsius. And the voltages are 1.35 volts on VDD and 1.35 volts VDDQ. The one other voltage I need to check, where is, okay, here is VDDCR SoC. This one's 1.21. Now in the BIOS, I set 1.2 volts VSoC. We're gonna go over this in Paint shortly. For those that want to copy these settings, and if you guys want to get 8,000 megahertz RAM running on either a 8700G, or which is probably the system that would benefit the most from this, to be honest, now that I'm thinking about it, versus like an X3D CPU, or a regular Ryzen CPU, like a 7700X, a 7600X, or any of the dual CCDs. All of them can benefit from this higher throughput, but it remains to be seen if it translates into gaming performance uplifts over 6,000, because the latency at 6,000 is better than at 8,000. But that's true for any platform, because as you go up in the frequency, your timings become looser on the RAM, so your latency goes up, your throughput goes up, but you know, like, there's a trade-off, right? The trade-off is throughput versus latency. At 8,000, you have higher throughput, you have higher memory bandwidth, but you have more latency. Whereas if you're at 6,000 or lower, you're at lower latency, but lower throughput, lower bandwidth. So your read-writes are less than they are at the higher speeds. So I guess the question is, like, is it worth running uClock and memclock, or no, is it worth running uClock and fclock at the same speed versus running uClock and memclock or M clock at the same speed? So I think that is the question. That is the theme of this stream, and that's what we're going to look at. So you guys can see the CPU is pulling about 70 watts to do all of this right now. It fluctuates. It looks like it goes anywhere from, here's the minimum, 66 watts to 83 watts is the range of electricity power consumption on the 7950X3D. So very well behaved. Our temperatures, you guys can see we're on an air cooler. This is a deep cool AK620. We're running at 49C right now playing this game. I think we have to keep on going. I think I need more of these. Yeah, we just gotta keep on going. And our voltages, and you guys can see the peak speed that I'm hitting on my cores here is about 5.7 gigahertz on the core. Right there, that's the maximum. And then the other thing I wanted to show was the primary timing. So M clock is 4 gigahertz. So that is half of your DDR data rate, just double data rate. So that's 8,000 mega transfers. Primary timings are 40, 48, 48, 126. So as soon as you see 40 as the first number and 48 as the second number, remember my little rule, that mathematical rule that I wrote? If, or I guess I should say if statement. If the first number of the memory primary timings is not equal to the second number, you have Hynix DDR5. So, based off of my rule, 40 is the primary number, 48 is the second number, hence we have Hynix memory. Okay, and the other thing was, let's look at VSOC. VSOC, where's VSOC? VSOC right here. So on the CPU side, our VDDCR SoC voltage, also known as SVI3 voltage, is only 1.185 volts, which means you don't actually need a lot of voltage on your SoC. Like, a lot of people are like, okay, don't go over 1.3, but just set it to 1.3 or 1.25. Now, actually, that's way too much voltage. You only really need like 1.2 volts. Because as I'm showing here, I'm running 1.185, and we're running this at DDR5 8000. So just keep that in mind if you're trying to copy these settings so you can get it running for yourself. And then again, F clock is at 2 gigahertz, and U clock is also at 2 gigahertz. So now everything is synchronized. At least in terms of the I/O die, everything is synchronized. So very nice. So those are the timings. I guess we'll move this out of the way. And if you guys have any questions, just feel free to discuss this in the chat. There will be a full video, a full guide video is coming. I'm working on it right now for how to do this. I mean, it's actually really, really easy. All you do is you buy memory that's rated for DDR5 8000. You turn off the computer, you install the new memory, you turn on the computer, you set XMP, and you're done. That's basically all you do. There are a couple of voltage things you want to change, just because you don't want the motherboard to overvolt unnecessarily. But other than that, it's it's brain dead easy, to be honest. Like, I've done things with the BIOS that are way harder than this. This is like basic level 1 stuff is what we're doing here to get this to work. And that to me is just shocking at how easy this is. It's ridiculously easy. Alright, let's see if we're done with this. Alright. So, Aventurine, for those that play Honkai Star Rail, Aventurine, I don't know how to say his name, Aventurine, Aventurine is... It's kind of like a... Isn't that a sort of gem? Anyway, this is the new character. He's new. He's a tank, for those that are curious. So I'm trying to level him up right now. Or I'm trying to level up his abilities. So increase his defense by 10%. That means now he has 3,880 defense. We want to upgrade his imaginary damage bonus. I think he should be at like 40% right now. So he's at 40%. So we can go up to 40.6. Gonna need 3 more. So it looks like we are not done. Well, not this. We're still not done grinding these out. I think we'll probably need to do all 6 runs. But it's surprising. Alright, the next game that we'll test after this will probably be... I don't know, maybe Dragon's Dogma 2. How about that? Dragon's Dogma 2, maybe Final Fantasy. One of those. I just can't emphasize this enough. 8,000. 8,000 DDR5. Easy mode. Alright, next challenge is going to be 4 sticks of this. I guess the next immediate challenge is finding another two sticks of this. Because this RAM is like super hard to find, guys. It's like 1.35 volt RAM that can go to 8,000 speed out of the box. Like, that's not easy to find in this day and age. It's that magic GSkill that I've been talking about, that I have like 3 or 4 videos. You know what, I think I'm gonna test a little bit of Final Fantasy XIV next. Because that game's an MMO. So that game can be a lot more stressful on the memory than this game. This game doesn't seem like it's stressing the computer that much. I mean, you guys can tell, Task Manager is like doing nothing. It's like, the CPU is just sitting here at like 8% utilization while live streaming. So it's like, we're not really doing a lot. You know what game I need to test? I need to test Forspoken. Forspoken is the game to test for something like this. Man, if I had Helldivers 2, I'd probably test that. Would love to see FF14. Alright, that's gonna be the next one. This is the last run that I'm doing for this part, for this Star Rail. I'm really behind in Star Rail's story, actually. Yeah, I recently resubbed back to Final Fantasy XIV to slowly start getting prepared for Dawn Trail. I haven't really done anything in the game yet, except for the limited time FF16 crossover event. Alright. So do I have enough for this guy now? His final trace. Minecraft 2. Oh wow, just enough. Wow, just enough to get that extra 6.4%. Alright, so he is done. As far the best that I could build him. I always cheap out. I never level up the relics to plus 15. I always leave them at plus 12. And if I've got a decent... Well, that's not a really great one, but it is what it is. So, yeah, this guy is a very broken tank in this game. But anyway, alright, let's... Here, just to show you guys. If you guys have any questions, like if you're gonna build a PC, if you plan on upgrading later this year, feel free to leave any questions. We're just gonna exit out of this game. So Alt F4. Alright, where is Final Fantasy? Hopefully I don't have to download an update. Oh, you want to see Dragon's Dogma 2? Yeah, we're definitely gonna show Dragon's Dogma 2. Let me get into Final Fantasy first, because I'm just gonna show a little bit of this. Let me make sure. Did I set the... Okay. And if anybody here plays Final Fantasy XIV, if you're on the Ether data center, you guys could probably team up with me. Like, we can partner up on content. We can just clear content together if you guys want to do that. All right, let me... Oops, I forgot to shrink this down. I need to put Final Fantasy on the screen. I guess I'll... You know what? This is convenient. I'll just leave this stuff here because it covers up, like, the in-game chat. Most people that stream this game, they don't show the in-game chat while they're live. So I'll just leave that stuff there because I think it's just going to cover it up. Alright. So I resubbed recently, and I'm, like, so far behind. But I did do the Final Fantasy 16 event, so if you guys... are currently like thinking of going back to Final Fantasy XIV, you have a couple of weeks to do this event if you want the Clive glamour armor and if you want the Torgal mount. Where's the Torgal mount? I guess I didn't... Oh, okay, where is it at? The Torgal mount. Just put him over here. Yeah, if you want to like fly on a wolf, like it's a never-ending story or something. I don't know. That's there. There's also a Torgal minion. Alright, let me grab these. It probably looks really small to everybody. That's because we're playing at 4K. So, and I play things at native resolution, native scale. So everything is probably really small looking. But I can kind of zoom in to make it more viewable. So it'll be interesting to see how this game looks in the final build at release with the expansion, with all the updates to the game. Alright, so I'm currently... My reputation level with the Pixies is Sworn. I don't even know who the Beast Tribe is from Endwalker. So if you guys want to tell me who, like, where that is, I'll probably go get that. But currently I have no idea. So, yeah. We're just gonna have to do the quest in Shadowbringers content because I haven't done any of the Endwalker post-game content or post-campaign content. I will say this game has aged pretty well. Like, it does look dated, but it still looks good. I don't know what it is. Like, I guess the lesson learned is if you want to make an MMO that stands the test of time, make sure it has an art style that doesn't look terrible in 10 years. That's all I gotta say. Because World of Warcraft has aged pretty well too, considering how old that game is. That game's even older than this one. That's like, that's what, like, a 20-year-old game? I think it's like almost 20 years old. And there's an expansion coming out for WoW this year as well. This game is 10 and a half years old, not counting 1.0. Because nobody really cares about 1.0. We don't talk about 1.0. Am I doing the right thing? Oh, I'm supposed to throw it at this? I was throwing it at the pixie, not knowing that's not what I'm supposed to be doing. The next challenge for me is going to be finding another kit of this RAM. Because I want to try to run 4 sticks of this stuff at 8,000, if possible. Now that is definitely going to be out of spec. Like, this is technically out of spec too, because we're definitely, like, this is like way, way into overclock territory. Because official speed for AMD, for this configuration, the official speed is 5,200. And we're running at 8,000. So, this is a pretty extreme overclock. I bet none of my gear... I bet all of my gear is, Wow, my hotkeys aren't working. Just realized none of them on this computer, none of my Final Fantasy 14 shortcuts are working. Like, all the button mappings are all, like, default. What's his rush button? Man, I forgot. I'm having to click the buttons on the top, on the 3rd row, because I can't even... Oh well. Are you guys planning to play an MMO this year? You guys, or you don't play them at all? Or what? I know Victor asked about this game. I know Nero wants to see Dragon's Dogma the most CPU-bound game of the year. Could potentially be the game of the year. I mean, depending on, like, the lack of games that are coming out. Only MMO you have is Warframe. How old is that game? Did that game come out 5 years ago? Or is it even older than that? $11 years? Wow. That means it's older than this game. I didn't know Warframe was that old. For some reason, I always under the impression that Warframe was from like 2017, 2018, somewhere around there. I didn't know it was that old. Wow. It's a year older than this game. Wait, that means Warframe is as old as Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2 came out in 2012. You better ask the beavers. It can make your 7800 XT work hard sometimes. Wow. Man, I need to look up this game more. I know about it, I just never paid attention to it. Hold on, let me check something here. Warframe. It looks... Is it kind of like, Destiny? It looks kind of like Destiny to me. Only... This game actually looks pretty cool. Oh, this is... It's kind of like Destiny, isn't it? It's like a shooter-based MMO. Looks like a shooter-based MMO. Hold on. Let me bring this back up. You group up with others, you can form a 4-party attack and slash. Is that really considered an MMO, though? Because, see, when I think of MMO, I think of, like, a big city, a bunch of player characters running around. Is this, like, an instance dungeon crawler type game with co-op? It makes me think of another Korean game I used to play. I used to play this game called Vindictus. I don't know if you've ever heard of it. It was published in the West by Nexon. It had so many, like, in-game cash shop microtransactions, though, so I basically quit it after, like, a year or two. Way back in the day. Yeah, Vindictus. I haven't played that game in forever, man. It's still alive, as far as I know. I still know a couple people that still play it from time to time. I haven't played it in years, though. Yeah, apparently it's still around, as far as I know. This looks cool. This looks like it's hard to run for a game that old. Like, the graphics on this, it's on PS5. It looks like it is, I would say the graphics look like it's harder to run than Final Fantasy, but easier to run than, like, Helldivers 2. Helldivers 2 looks like it's harder to run than this. Yeah, you know what this also reminds me of? It kind of reminds me of Godfall. Is it Godfall? Yeah, I think Godfall. It was that one game that came out back in... It was like a PS5 launch title. You're... Yeah, Vindictus could run on basically a potato. Yeah, I don't think it would run that great on a GT 730. It would run okay. I don't think you're going to be doing, like, smooth 60 all the time on that, though. Vindictus could run on a... what was the card that I had when I used to play that game? I had a HD 7970. That thing ran Vindictus so well compared to the card that I upgraded from. So prior to that, I had a Radeon HD 5770. I think it was a... Yep, HD 5770. They called it, the code name was Juniper XT. So I have one of those. And actually, now that I think about it, that card could handle Vindictus. That card had trouble with Guild Wars 2. And Guild Wars 2 is what made me upgrade to a 7970. And that was like my first flagship graphics card, now that I think about it. It was a weird feeling when I had, like, the fastest graphics card at the time. It was short-lived because the GTX 780 came out, like, I think, like, 4 or 5 months after I bought the 7970 or something. It was a 7970 gigahertz edition was the one I had. Because I remember AMD launched 7970... And then NVIDIA launched GTX 680, which was a little bit faster. Then AMD hit back with the 7970 gigahertz edition, and that's the one that I got. And then NVIDIA launched the big Kepler, aka the GTX 780, after that, and then retook the crown. Then it wasn't until AMD put out the Hawaii GPUs, the 290X, that then AMD was the fastest again, and then NVIDIA put out 780 Ti, and then they became slightly faster again. So it was kind of like, that was when AMD and NVIDIA were still able to leapfrog each other, so they were still even. It got to the point where they were still even until after the GTX 980 Ti. There was R9 Fury, R9 Fury X, and 980 Ti. Then NVIDIA put out Pascal. When NVIDIA launched 10 series, that was when things became problematic for AMD. Like, Team Red didn't have... They didn't have a GTX 1080 competitor for over a year. And even while they were trying to put out Vega, NVIDIA launched 1080 Ti. Then Vega came out, and then Vega was only as good as 1080, so it was kind of it looked really bad. That was when, we all know that story, that was when AMD was like, people said they were going to go bankrupt in like 2 years after that, but then they turned the ship around, and they became profitable, and then they divorced Global Foundries, and they went to TSMC, and the rest is history. So, I don't know how I got off on that tangent, but we do that on this channel a lot, when it comes to technology stuff. But yeah, Warframe, it looks good. It looks cool. I wonder how it compares to like Helldivers 2 gameplay though. This definitely looks like squad-based, but doesn't Helldivers 2 also allow 4-player co-op? At some point, I need to get Helldivers 2. I'm just waiting for Helldivers 2 to either go free to play or like drop to like 20 bucks or something. You used to run 60 to 100 1080p medium low on the 5500 XT for Warframe. 7800 XT runs 120 on average 1080p. Yeah, that sounds about right, because the 7800 XT you could run 1440p and be probably at like 80, somewhere between 80 90 FPS, I would guess, at Warframe with that GPU. At the highest settings. Helldivers is more squad focused than Warframe. Yeah, Helldivers is the one game that's come out this year that I still haven't played. I mean, I've played Palworld, and I haven't played Helldivers. But Palworld, that's an early access game, so I'm probably not going to revisit it for a while. Okay. Here, let me go back to Final Fantasy real quick. So just to show you guys like how far behind I am. So my warrior, man, that is small. That is such small size on here. I'll just have to tell you guys. So I'm a level 73 warrior. My level 90s are Gunbreaker, Monk, Scholar, Sage, Machinist, and Summoner. On this character. So there's a catch on this character, because I do have another character. And the other character is 90 on different jobs. So the reason why I do that, I basically have 2 alts, or I have 2 characters, so that I have 4 retainers, without having to pay for the extra 2 retainers on one character. So it's kind of weird, it's kind of jank. But it also gives me like double weekly tomes limit. Because I'll just like max tomes on one character, then max tomes on the other character. You can do that in the course of like 2 days. Like if you're playing hardcore, you can do that. I mean, I've been able to do that with every expansion. But yeah, like on the other character, I have Paladin at 90, Dark Knight at 90, Reaper at 90, and White Mage and Astrologian. Or no, Astrologian is at 90, not White Mage. White Mage is like level 81 or something. And then I have Dancer at 90 and Bard at 90. Or I think one or the other is at 90, or maybe both are at 90, I forget. And then for the magical range, I think Black Mage is at 90 and that's it. So I try to play like a lot of the jobs. Now I haven't done the raid tier for Endwalker outside of the first tier. So I played this game a lot at launch, and then after January, because you guys have to remember, 14 Endwalker came out in December of 2021. So I played a ton of the game in December and in January of 2022, and then I kind of like stopped playing the game. The thing that killed Final Fantasy XIV for me was Elden Ring. Elden Ring was the game, I mean, partially Genshin Impact at the time, but realistically, it was Elden Ring. Elden Ring was the game that basically like killed Final Fantasy XIV for me. I completely lost interest in the game. It was just a grind fest. You're just leveling up alt jobs, and you know there wasn't really a whole lot to do unless you were into the raid scene. And I didn't really have a static for this expansion, so that was basically it. I mean, I did the EX trials. I did Zodiac Extreme. I did Hydaelyn Extreme. I ran a bunch of those. I was collecting the tomes, or the totems, the Astral and the Umbral totems, trying to get the mounts. And that was pretty much all I was doing, really. I mean, other than going back and doing old Shadowbringers content to work on getting the Gwibbers, which I have this one. I've got Diamond Gwibber. So I've got this one. I actually have the full mount, the giant, like, the one that you get from collecting all the Gwibbers from Shadowbringer. I have that mount on the other character. So I did actually do all of that. And then after that, I kind of quit the game and went to play Elden Ring. Then after Elden Ring, I started rebuilding the YouTube channel, and then the YouTube channel actually is what it is now. So that's kind of a history lesson on Final Fantasy XIV. For me, from my perspective at least. So I'm looking forward to going back to the game. It's a whole new story. They're redoing the graphics, sort of. I mean, you guys probably saw my benchmark video that I did. The game, to be honest, doesn't really look like it's going to be that hyped compared to the previous expansion. It's a whole new story. I wouldn't be surprised if this expansion underperforms compared to the previous two expansions. Because it's the interest in MMOs is kind of lacking these days. And on top of that, World of Warcraft is putting out another expansion this year, later this year. And I feel like there's more interest by the public in that expansion over this one. So regardless, it's weird. People hated on WoW and Blizzard so much back around the time that Endwalker was coming out. But now, you fast forward 2 years later, and it's like, well, it's more like 3 years later, now that I think about it. Yeah, like, you fast forward 3 years later, and everybody's singing Kumbaya, everyone loves WoW, everyone loves Blizzard again. It's so weird. It's like, the people that play that game, they literally have, like, they're in an abusive relationship. I mean, I don't know how to explain it. They're in an abusive relationship with World of Warcraft. There was a funny video I saw a few days ago about that exact topic. And I forgot who the YouTuber was that did that video. It was like a video essay on like WoW, why WoW players still play WoW after like 20 years. So it's kind of funny listening to that, because I'm somebody who did not play a lot of WoW after Burning Crusade. Like I played vanilla, I played Burning Crusade, then I quit. Then I kind of tried to come back for Mists of Pandaria, and nothing really happened there. So then I never really finished or did anything. And then I played Classic in 2019, and I got to level 60 and did Molten Core a couple times and then quit, and then never really went back after that. So I don't know, have you guys ever played WoW? Ever? Like, or you guys have only played like the more recent MMOs like Warframe? I mean, there's a lot of dungeon crawler type games like Vindictus, but those are definitely not what I consider like a real MMO. Like, this sort of game and World of Warcraft are what I consider real MMOs. Alright, let's do this. Let's, once again, you guys can see we're running this at 8,000, Gear 2, 48 gigabytes. Now, I don't like 48 gigabytes because the capacity is so small, but for a gaming PC, I actually feel like this is a really, really nice setup for just gaming. Well, like, you can do more than just gaming with a PC like this, but if you're trying to do a lot of productivity and stuff that a 16-core CPU can actually leverage, 48 gigabytes is not a lot of memory. I feel like 64 gigabytes is the minimum. The problem with 64 gigabytes is it requires dual rank 32 gig DIMMs, which is much harder than 2 single rank DIMMs of 24. And that's the reason why I keep saying that if you want to run high speed memory, you want 24 gig DIMMs, because that's single rank and that's going to be easy to run really, really high and really, really fast. So 3 VMs will eat that up. Yeah, exactly. See? Like, and we're running like one game and we're at, I've committed what, like 22 gigs of RAM right now in commit. So it's, yeah. All right, let's try Dragon's Dogma 2. But yeah, 48 gigs. That's why I'm tempted to try 96 gigabytes. So another stick of 2 of these. Run 4 of these sticks of RAM and see how that does. Okay. You guys look at the RAM go up. That's interesting. You can watch the RAM go up while I'm loading up Dragon's Dogma. All right, here we go. Oh, I need to add it into the output. I think I'm toward the end of the game. I'm not 100% sure. But I think I'm at the end of the game. All right. But man, look at how Dragon's Dogma just like eats up the RAM. This is why 32 gigs is the minimum. And 48's okay, 64 is ideal. But I feel like a gaming PC, 48 gigabytes might actually be the ideal, because you're running single rank DIMMs, so you can actually run much higher speeds. Okay. Alright, so this is the Dragon's Dogma 2. I forgot what I was supposed to do. I actually completely forgot what I was supposed to do. I don't think I have any optional quests. I'm basically just the main quest, the Guardian, Gigantus. I'm not going to do this because I feel like this is going to put me in endgame. So we're going to stay out of that and just probably... I don't know, let's turn on Afterburner and see what happens. You guys want to see Afterburner? Do you want to update Afterburner? No, I don't. Or actually, it's asking me, do you want to update Rivet Tuner? No, I don't want to update that. Alright, so that should show up here shortly. There it goes. Alright, here we go. Oh, wait, why is the Steam thing... Oh, you know what? I have the frame rate cap. Is that Rivet Tuner? Oh, that must be the in-game one. Hold on. Yeah, that's got to be the in-game one. Alright, let me undo that. But hold on, just to kind of show this. So at 60 FPS... The Ryzen CPU uses like 67 watts in this game. Alright, let's see. Let me turn off the... oh, that's why. Okay, so... Let's do max 120 then. Alright, let's see. Okay. Oh, the other thing I wanted to check... Actually, we can see it from here. Yeah. See, my RAM is like at half. It's already kind of like 50%. See that?
A well-organized pack is my specialty. I'll see to it your burdens are shared with...
No, we don't need a new mage right now. We got like a whole bunch of casters. I don't know what to do. I'm trying to think, like, what was I supposed to do? Besides the main story. I don't want to do the main quest right now. Oh, I want to stare at this griffin. Come over here. Come over here. Come over here. Yeah. What? What? Is it gonna come up here? How do I get down to him? Can I, like, jump on his back or something? Is he gonna be stuck there? Hold on, maybe we should go downstairs because this is gonna be a problem. I don't want him to glitch out or my pawns to, like, fall to their death or something. I was trying to level up the different job. Look at him, look at him, look at him go. Why did I fire at nothing? What was that? Oh man, he's dying fast. He's dying fast. He's dying fast. All right, flame arrow. Here we go. Here we go. Bam. Check it out. Bam. No, what? Somebody just fell, took like half HP life. Whoa, how do I hold on? I don't want to fall off. Okay, I'm trying to do something here. Man. Why is one of the pawns like way over there? One of the pawns is like way over there. Did he literally just fly off? You know, someone told me that if the griffin flies off and you're on its back, it'll actually take you to a secret area. So that's why I didn't want to fall off. And sure enough, it flew off. Alright, well... Ouch, he punched me in the face. Hold on. How come I can't pick him up? Trying to grab him.
You are mighty indeed, Arisen.
The only problem with this game is I feel like it lacks a sense of, like, there's a lack of direction with the game. Like, you don't really know where to go. Well, I mean, okay, in the beginning, when you are exploring everything for the first time, that's totally fine, because the game is actually really fun when you're completely lost in the world. But after you're like 50, 60 hours in, and you just keep repeating the same areas and fighting the same enemies over time, that's when it starts losing some of its wonder, you know what I'm saying? Like, okay, this is super annoying.
It must be revived.
I thought I put the things on me that prevent me from being targeted. Like, that they don't go for me. How do I, like, beat this thing against this wall? Is there a way for me to, like, jump on it and just, like, strangle it or something? Can I, like... I want to tear the wings off. How is it this hard for us to get rid of these stupid harpies? These things aren't even strong. Like, what's going on here? There, die.
What has stricken you, Arisen?
How many of these things are there? One thing's for sure, if they fall down, they're straight up. They're dead. They die quick.
I'll gut you and feed you your entrails.
Okay.
Not bad, eh? It's gonna make me lose my nerve.
Alright, I'm thinking I should either fast travel or... Let's go up here.
Turn out your pockets. Taking a look.
Really? Why is this place surrounded, infested with thieves?
Give it up. You know where to go. I grant you roaring flame.
Okay. Yeah, I have to look for any kind of quests that I still need to do.
Welcome, sir. Doubly so if you're here to buy.
There is a really good ring here. This prevents blighted from accumulating.
Hope to see you again.
My thing is I'm really low on health right now, so we're probably just gonna go back to the city. This is the game with everything maxed out, though, at 4K.
Shall Shall I assist? Never fear, for I am here.
Oh wait, are they assisting me? Are they turning the thing? Oh, okay, so the pawns can turn it. How do I want to shoot at a griffin or something. It looks like they have telephone poles too. It's really weird. Yeah, I'm gonna have to rest at an inn. But see, this game, like right now, the PC with 48 gigs of RAM total, it's already almost at like 50% of the RAM is used up. Now, granted, I'm doing other things with the computer, though, because we are doing the live stream. I have a lot of other applications running. So this is not exactly the same as if you were just playing the game.
This tavern is open to travelers. Aye, even pawns. So long as they've coined for their ale.
Well met, sir. How's the day treating you then?
Oh, she sells dye.
Always a pleasure.
Whoops. But supposedly, according to Digital Foundry, ray tracing vastly improves the look of the game, like the lighting. I don't really think it's that much better looking compared to the pre-baked lighting. It's hard to tell.
Well met. I've got to focus.
What's my vocation rank on here? And first of all, why is this? There we go. Rank 5. Rank 5 on Magic Archer. Oh wow, I have too many of those. I'm gonna have to start selling some of these because I think I have like way too many.
I have no issue falling asleep.
I trust we've all inspected our equipment.
Off we go then.
Feeling rested, I trust?
Okay, the other thing I need to inspect, I need to make sure that
I'll carefully conserve my strength and endeavor
you also want to check
every
that the
battle by
pawns,
way
the
of sound
eyes
strategy.
aren't turning red, because then they could like nuke your entire city, and then all your inhabitants will die. And that could be really bad. That could be very bad.
Well met.
Okay, what I want to do now, let's take the ox cart back to... Let's go back to Vermund.
Tomorrow will be no different.
This ox cart's bound for the checkpoint. Can't set off till I've had my due.
Yeah. Alright, let's go. I want to go check, like, the elf village or something. I want to go up north and see if there's any quests that I missed up there.
This quiet makes me itch to cross the stairs. What to make of this?
A group of bandits has been terrorizing the roads of late, targeting our ox carts and the cargo they carry. They call themselves the Coral Snakes, and they are no common thieves. They are organized and deadly efficient. And worse still, they are without scruples. They have been killing and stealing in equal measure. Devils, the lot of them.
You know what? I guess... Here, let's turn this one off, because I don't think we need that anymore.
What say you? Would you lend your aid in catching them? Many thanks, sir. I should be glad to know someone is doing all... You all begin by scouring for their hideout. It must be somewhere near the highway. Mayhap you could learn aught by speaking with some survivors of the raid.
Well, there's a new quest. Mercy Among Thieves.
Over here.
Locate the Coral Snake's hideout.
Locate the bandits' hideout. We ought to begin by gathering what information we can from those nearby.
Well,
Follow
who do
me.
we...
I will guide you to the location.
Well, does that mean we're gonna be questing at
The
night?
vanguard is yours. Lead on.
So much for going back to Vermont. We're going this
There's
way.
been more trouble, as if we needed it. Happened right near here, too. I'd bet my left boot 'twas those coral snakes behind it. Nowhere's safe anymore. Seems they've slipped past this checkpoint and gone right into Batal. Whether they put all that effort into honest work like the rest of us, if someone doesn't put a stop to them anon, we'll all be sorry. A city can't function without a steady supply of goods, and fewer carts are making the journey. They say you should be thankful for your life, but simply being alive isn't the same as living, eh? The trouble happened due south of here. 'Twill be those coral snakes again, I'm sure of it.
You can count on me to fly to your aid in your hour of need, Master.
I shall do as you say.
Okay. Is it gonna be nighttime? Hold up, let me look up here. North. If we turn this way, we turn that way. I think the sun is setting.
I grant your weapon a magical boon. Well done, Master.
Okay. Where do we need to go? Oh, down there. Man, that's almost back down to Batal. I think it's actually getting... Man, they're not dropping any gold. I really need the gold. The only reason why I'm wasting my time on these things is because I'm low on gold. Oh wait, there was a treasure chest up here, wasn't there? Oh, there's a griffin again. Hey, there's a treasure chest over there too, and there's a campsite.
Use these flames to slice
What
our
the? Hey, it came back. It's the same one from earlier because he's still low health. Okay, I need the healer to heal me. Huh. What was that? What is... Are we getting attacked by something? Besides the griffin? Man, I'm trying to get on its stupid back.
Fire will cow this foe. Shame I've no right to this foe. Are we all in the same boat? Enemy slows. Perhaps we'll tire them out. Recklessness has done them no favors. They ought to have preserved their strength. Focused attack will end this foe.
There we go. There. Dead. Man, that one had a lot of EXP, so that one was one of the higher level ones. Griffin Pinion. Okay, I don't know. I needed something from a griffin, but not this thing. Forgot what I needed. I actually did need something from one of these. See, the format of this game, the more... Like, I realized probably, like, the first day playing this game, that the gameplay loop is actually very similar to Monster Hunter World. In fact, I think Wilds might actually play kind of like this. Is that all of them? There's a treasure chest over here, which is the only reason why we're headed over here. I think it was up here. It's these sort of platforming things that make me wish I was playing as a mage. stability extract. Is that? Oh, I was gonna say, is that another griffin? But then that was a regular bird. Hey, there's another treasure chest on that rock formation. This is RE Engine at its best, though. Like, this is it with the full ray tracing experience. Oh, there's another treasure chest over there, too. Man, the one thing I really wish I had a melee attack as a magic archer, because I don't have any melee. The stupid wolves are so annoying.
One of us has been poisoned.
I can't hit that thing to explode. This is so chaotic. Man, this is why you want to hire a warrior pawn. Oh, well, she dropped a lot of gold. So at least somebody dropped something. Where are we supposed to be going? Oh.
Give it up. You know where to go.
Alright, we're just gonna go this way.
No, I pray you.
Well, actually, hold on. If they're in trouble, then if we help them, I think they'll give us gold or something. There. I think he'll give me something, right? Because I helped them.
Stay away from me.
She says stay away from me. Well, that's rude.
This is your chance to prove your mettle.
You'll have to do better than that.
I could just sit on here?
Foxcart's bound for Bakbatar. Can't set off till I've had my due. Excuse me?
Oh wow, there's a treasure here.
I'm taking them.
Hoping I can find myself an easy mode.
Ooh, I want this.
You on? Halt, I say! Stop there!
Apparently, I don't think I've ever been in these areas. Yeah, I don't think I ever got this stuff, because I never looted that chest. Or if I came through here, I came through here at night when I couldn't see the chest. I think that was everything. Hold on, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm probably just gonna... No, I guess we don't need to do that. Let's just go. Whoops.
Slim pickings of late. Am I losing my touch?
Then I shall remain by your side.
Who are you? What would you with me? You looking for the coral snake's hideout? Don't ask me. They were on us before I knew what was happening. Come to think of it, 'twas as we passed the crags to the west of here that they all came out at once. I had a clear view of them from the back of the cart. That's all I know. I ran for my life. Only reason I'm still here. Thought I'd come back, see if aught was left. But you know what? I just remembered. There was a child traveling with us.
Wait, what does this guy have? This is a merchant.
I've got wares of every ilk.
What does he got? Okay, I bought his Wakestone shard.
Pleasure doing business with you.
Yeah, well this game's stable. It certainly performs like Dragon's Dogma, though. Oh, great. Oh, great. Alright. Kill him quick.
Use these
Let's go, guys.
to slight our enemies.
This battle is ours.
The guy just tried to, like, walk over to me and grab me.
Leave an opening. Focus your attacks. I shall lead the charge.
That harpy, that stupid harpy, tried to like walk, like fly in front of me while I was like shooting. Nope. There. What does this say? Warn patrols, beware of rogues, arms.
I did my best to match your skill, Master.
Well, there certainly were a lot of these. What is this?
First blood's always the sweetest.
You alright?
Halt, I say!
Who? Fight.
This guy from Dune 2. Or Dune Part 2. I still need to see that movie.
Pursuing young bandit may well lead us to the fiend's hideout. Come, Master. There is not a moment to lose.
Ought we not to pursue the bandit, Master? This might be our best. We're here, and none the worse for wear.
Is this the way? Where'd he go? He went this way?
Oi! Have you lost it? A child was hurt during today's raid. Don't hurt children. That's the rule. Don't tell me you forgot.
Sorry. Must have slipped my mind.
It's like that, is it? Huh? That what you're gonna tell Lenzo? He says we don't hurt kids. So you better.
Hold it! Who's this, then?
We've got an intruder. I'll go warn Lenzo.
Coming here was the last mistake you'll ever make, cuz.
Let my magics grant you an elemental boon.
Oh man.
You're not living to regret this.
He got owned so fast. Wait, Sasha? I can revive him? Should I revive him? Quentin? What, should I revive these guys? Why should I revive them? There's an option to revive them. Is this a cave? Oh, this starts a cave, the hideout.
Son of a...
I'm gonna win. Get back here. Go on. Run.
I can like... That's funny. Can I shoot through walls like Counter-Strike?
Magics are at your disposal.
No.
Halt, if you please.
If I go down here, how am I gonna... Oh, they know the path. Alright, let's go. It's like it's homing in on them.
Feast your eyes on this.
Oh, what? This guy came up behind me?
Come on, have at it. This is how it is.
Well fought, Arisen.
Alright, that's everybody. They're all dead.
Done here soon enough. Outstanding.
Go on, run. I enjoy the chase. Get back here.
This guy tried to go up the stairs.
I'll do anything.
Some of them are saying, like, spare me, I'll do anything. Does that mean they'll join your side? Hold on, is this quest timed? Pursue the
Very
bandit.
well. I shall return.
It actually is, what, further up? Wait, hold up. What's over here? Looks like there's nothing here, so let's go up this ladder.
No, no, no. Am I going to make it?
Come on, this way. I need to get you out of here before things get bloody. That's what Lenzo said to do, if we ever got raided. So come on, you lot. We're going to go see him. He'll keep us all safe. I'm sure of that. They're already here. Run for it.
Oh, these are the guys who were hired to assassinate the... What's her name? The queen? Not the queen of Vermont, but the other one.
Heed your senses. If aught feels out of place, it could very well be a trap.
Oh, 'twas but a trick of the light.
Alright, so we're gonna have to go this way then.
I grant your weapon a magical boon.
Well, that's really dark.
Run all you want.
I will finish this, here and now.
You didn't drop anything? I hope Monster Hunter Wilds doesn't run like this. It's probably gonna be RE Engine though. I mean, there's a good chance it's gonna be using RE Engine. Is there any way to open this?
I don't stand a chance.
This is like a whole village.
My thanks. We shall accompany you now.
Hmm?
Those coral snakes must pay for their crimes. We shall join you and aid your efforts however we can.
Give no quarter.
This appears to be the coral snake's hideout. If you capture their leader, the other bandits must be brought to heel. True enough.
Wait, if we capture their leader, the others won't.
Use these flames to smite our enemies. Arisen, to me. I shall heal you. Wait a moment.
We're basically slaughtering the entire village of bandits. Ooh, that was a lot of gold. Okay, I like that one.
Come on. Don't get
It should be.
Whoa.
Think you can run?
Well, there's a lot. There's a lot of bandits here.
I can do no less in service to the mission. Not so bad, I think.
Where did the authorities go? Because they were supposed to be helping me. Whoa.
Let my magics grant you an elemental boon.
Level 51.
Drop all your valuables, and I might just let you live.
Prepare yourself.
I feel like this is like PvP, only it's like we're just zerging everything. It feels like Final Fantasy PvP. We're just zerging everything with a larger number. Oh,
One
great. Now
path
it's getting
leads not
dark.
to
I need
our
to find that
destination.
kid.
If you would prefer to explore, I shall guide you another time.
The Arisen is capricious indeed. But don't despair. We shall count upon your guidance when the time comes.
Decapitator. I got a new... Well, I can't wear that. Although, she can. Is that better? Oh, that's not as good, though. Oh, well.
Over here, if you would.
Why are we going... Wait, hold on a second. Why are we going this way? I hope she's leading us in the correct direction. I feel like we're going the wrong way. How are we doing on... Oh, wow. We're barely carrying any gear.
Come, I'll lead the way.
This is really the way? Wait, hold on a second. Mercy among thieves. Enter the bandits' hideout and see them routed. Why is she leading me away from it, though? I guess there's an alternate entrance? I just feel like this is taking me away from the quest. What?
By your command, Arisen.
This didn't lead me there. This is wrong. No, 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 no. This is way wrong. Well, that was a huge waste of time. Wait, I think it was this way. think it was in here. What is that? Well, someone just got 3,300 G. I don't know where they found that from. How much gold do I have now? 52,000?
Then I shall remain by your side.
Yeah, we just need to figure out how to get into where that is. I mean, the guards should still be around. Here they are.
Should have set me sight slower.
Yeah, it's just over here. I don't know what that was all. There he is.
Hugo! We're out of time, lad. We'll have to scarper.
Come in, lad, Joe.
But before I forget, here you are.
How are we?
Time for you to make yourself useful. Tisn't the first time I've taught an unseasoned whelp the meaning of betrayal. And it shall be the last!
I feel like we met this guy earlier.
Goodbye, lad. Don't be sore. You were a fool, but a useful one.
Lonzo.
I can't believe it.
Arrest him!
Lanzo. Why?
A job well done. It is unfortunate that their leader escaped, but I very much doubt the coral snakes will be using this hideout again. We'll interrogate the lad, see what he knows. Mayhap he can tell us aught of the leader's whereabouts. The coral snakes are still an enigma. Mayhap the lad can tell us more.
I shall come at once, Arisen.
Have I tested Forspoken yet? Not yet. We're probably gonna test that next. All right, that was Mercy Among Thieves. The gathering stuff in this game is very much like Monster Hunter. I feel like it's like I'm playing a variant of Monster Hunter. Ooh, frosted edges. That is really good for a thief. Where am I? This is cool. This is like a whole nother area. Yeah, that'll be the next game that I test. We'll just test that one. But I can't believe how easy it was to run 8000. Like, man, I really wish I would have gotten this RAM like last year. Although it is cheaper now. Higher speed DDR5 is definitely more affordable than it was a year ago. Wait, she just looted a tiger eye? Just straight up looted a tiger eye. Should probably combine some things. Well, that was a surprising side quest that I was not expecting to run into. Just randomly stumbled upon it. And I think that's what the developers were going for. They wanted this game to be played in this manner so that you would find things organically like this. Just wandering around. Like, why is this... Wait a minute. Is this going to break down and I'm going to fall to the lower level? Because doesn't that look like there's like a lower level down there? Yeah, there is. Oh, but I already opened the treasure chest. So it just kind of looped back on itself. What are they doing? They just, like, killed themselves.
Not like a curative to fill one with vim.
I am saved. Thank you, Arisen.
Alright, let's, how far am I from Batal? It's either I can run all the way up to the checkpoint town, which is kind of where I want to go. You know what, I'm just gonna make a run for it. Let's just run for the checkpoint town. Oh, there's this big giant guy that I killed earlier. Oh, there's a bunch of undead. The undead are here. They dropped scrap iron? Now I'm almost dead, but there's a camp up here. Alright, let me get back to Vermont. I want to get to Venworth, and then we will switch over to Forspoken. I've been trying to get there the whole time I've been playing this game, but the thing is, you run into so many distractions. The camp, I can't reach it, so we're just going to run past it. Was that all of them? There must be more of them around. Oh, there's a dead griffin. She's been running in circles the whole time. That's what it feels like. That's why I feel like the late game is a lot of backtracking to look for random NPCs for different hoping that they have side quests available.
I am attentive and loyal, and prefer to remain by your side. In battle, I shall follow your lead and...
No. No, we don't need... Like, what level are my weakest pawns? Level 46? So that's like 5 levels lower than me. So I do need to consider replacing my sorcerer. I do kind of think I need another melee character, because every time we end up fighting wolves, it's a huge problem. Especially because the magic archer doesn't have melee attacks. At least I haven't learned any. So maybe I need to go to the skill trainer.
Interested in looking to lay your head? We've soft beds up.
What is this? Fairy stone? I need to keep that. I need to sell that. Oh, you know what? I haven't checked on that one guy. That one NPC in that secret area. I have not checked on that guy in forever.
Plenty. Many thanks. Well met, sir. Need a room for the night?
Okay, I need to sell... these slate-colored horns because I don't need them. And I guess these explosive arrows. Can I use the explosive... Oh, that's for the regular archer, I think.
Pleasure doing business.
Hail, friend! Tell of the destruction you wrought upon the coral snakes has already reached my ears. Their leader may have fled the coop, but I expect the roads will be much safer now nonetheless. At last we can reopen trade in earnest. 'Tis all thanks to you, sir. You've my deepest gratitude.
Oi! Keep out!
Do these guys have any quests?
I fear I've not useful to share. I fear I've not you.
They say the exact same thing. No, they don't have anything then. Actually, I do need to see if I can learn some new
Welcome,
skills.
After all, 'tis folly to linger on a...
Increases the likelihood that smaller targets will drop items. Okay, yeah, that's good, actually. Yeah, see, I need to update my... Let me see. Hailstone Bolt. What does Hailstone Bolt do? Oh, I wasn't even using that. Well, let's do life-taking arrow. Upgrade that. See, this is more like support role, but I guess I'm just gonna leave Flame Fang arrow, fires an arrow. That's I already have that. Spark chain stick loses a stick. Imbue with magical lightning. That's good at fighting groups.
Single vocation when there are so many.
I still don't have any Seeker Stones tokens. Apparently I'm not exploring enough, because I should have more by this point in the game. Oh, wait, I can't sell things to him, can I? I gotta sell stuff and then we can get out of here.
Well, hello there. Oh, there's always demand for weapons, particularly near the border.
Yeah, I can sell... I don't really need these.
Where quarrels occur every other day. Do come again?
Alright, now all I'm gonna do is... I guess I can rest at this end. Well, I don't really want to rest at the end. Let's not rest at the end. Let me just...
I'm not taking any passengers.
He's not taking any passengers right now. Okay, that means we have to wait.
I'll sleep like a log tonight.
Okay.
This ox cart's bound for Vernworth. I'll not take you anywhere till I've had my due.
Alright. This is one of the ways to fast travel, sort of, in the game. The other way is to teleport, but the teleport items are few and far between. This one has a % chance that you could get attacked on the way. Okay, that's gonna pretty much be it for this game. Let's now switch over to Forspoken. They should have at least put a signpost system similar to The Witcher 3 or something like that for fast travel. Well, so the way you can fast travel is you can use this item called Fairy Stone, and then it'll let you teleport to any place in the world where you have a port crystal. So some some of the major cities, like Vernworth has one. Harv Village has one. I don't know why the checkpoint town doesn't have one. The reason why I didn't put one here, I mean, okay, you can also, in addition to those, you can also, it's very rare, but you can obtain a modular port crystal, a mobile port crystal that you can move around. So I put one in the elf village, and I have one all the way down here in Back Batal. In fact, Back Batal doesn't really have any teleport stations. Like, yeah, this place is kind of, it's kind of annoying. But that's how you fast travel, essentially. So, like, if I pick this one up, I can move this one somewhere else, but then I can't fast travel to Sacred Arbor anymore. So, but I could put it in, like, Melv or something. So that's kind of how that works. And then these other ones, like this one, this one's, you cannot move this one. Like, this one's a fixed one. Where is that one at? It's, like, over, where was that? It's, like, here, this one. Yeah. So anyway, that's pretty much it. This game is really fun. I feel like right now, how many hours have I put into this game? It's like almost 70 hours. Yeah, 69 hours of playtime right now. Okay. But you can see kind of the issue with the game is when you're in the big city, like Vernworth, see how the frame times are all jittery up there? It's like constantly hovering around like 14, 15 milliseconds. So they're not doing a good job with object culling for NPCs in the city, and that might be one of the ways that they could improve the performance of the game. Otherwise, it'll just remain so CPU bound.
Stay away from me.
Oh yeah, I forgot to talk to this guy. This is the guy I want to talk to. Let me talk to this dude, and then we will go to Forspoken. Assuming I even remember where he is. Is he in here? I don't even remember where this guy is. It's been so long since I've been here. Is he down here? Oh yeah, he's down here. Man, I completely forgot about this guy. Wait, where is he? I think the NPC, maybe he doesn't stay here. Oh, there he is. I was supposed to visit this guy a long time ago.
With the aid of Sir Kendrick and his helper in locating certain documents, I believe I finally grasped the true nature of this place. 'Twas a royal library that was sealed off by a sovereign of some generations past. In a bid to pass the throne on to his own descendants, this sovereign attempted to consign our kingdom's histories to oblivion. Alas, 'twould seem that, no matter the age, the avarice of those in power is all but guaranteed. Yet 'tis clear it serves them not. Almost laughably so. The sovereign's line ultimately fell to ruin, and now this library, so laboriously sealed, has been discovered. What can we learn from this? Those who make light of history are doomed to be crushed under its heel.
Okay.
Fine timing, sir. Fine timing indeed. I've need of your services, you see. My time in that tenebrous jail has only hastened the deterioration of my eyesight. I stare at the page, but the letters stubbornly refuse to take shape. Yet these old eyes might serve some use if only I could wear the spectacles I had specially made. Alas, they were confiscated at the time of my imprisonment. As I recall, prisoners' possessions are held within the palace storeroom. 'Tis a place to which few have lawful access, as I'm sure you can imagine. Though, as I hear it, masquerades are being held of late. Masquerades with a great many attendees.
So we're gonna have to sneak in and to the palace storeroom and get his glasses.
Should you happen to enter the venue, mayhap you would find an opportunity to liberate my poor spectacles. What say you? Would you consider doing an old man a favor? I am in your debt. With those spectacles in hand, I might actually get through one of my tomes. Pray, infiltrate the venue and find the storeroom. You are my only hope.
All right, well, he needs those.
My spectacles are in your hands.
Magistrate Woldhar's spectacles must be somewhere within the masquerade hall in the palace. Shall we make for Burnworth Palace? Pawns are permitted to approach the castle, but not walk the grounds. I shall accompany you to the entrance.
Well, now, isn't this lucky? Someone who knows the way.
Are there enemies? What are we doing? Oh, we're fighting stuff? What are we fighting?
Yourself.
Oh, there's spiders? Well, I'm not going to the palace because we gotta go play some Forspoken. How do we get out of here? Oh. Okay, I was jumping at the wrong angle. Okay.
Ah, Sir Arisen. I've been meaning to speak with you. Did you, perchance, pay a visit to the House of the Blue Sunbright? I see. After the rather strongly worded letter I received, I feared as much. 'Twas under unique circumstances, shall we say, that Daphne came to reside with us. You must understand, the House of the Blue Sunbright is our most generous benefactor, and their favor hinges upon our continued discretion. Thus, for the sake of all who reside herein, I beg you to steer Daphne away from any further contact with that household. Though it pains me to perpetuate the girl's misfortune, it must be done, if the gracious hand is to continue to function. Sir Arisen, I trust that you will do what is right by Daphne, and indeed, by this establishment. Pray see to it that naught akin to the recent debacle be allowed to occur again.
Pray, follow me.
Okay, well, I'm not gonna go up there right now. Whoop. Alright, we're gonna be done. We're done for now. Let's go to Forspoken. That'll be the last game, I guess.
Very well. I shall follow your lead instead.
Perhaps the Arisen has recalled some more pressing business. Fret not. I'm sure we'll come back to this eventually.
Yeah, so far I'm thinking it's stable, but the final test will be Forspoken. Must be hard going to Forspoken after playing a good game, yeah. Well, the problem with well, it's not a problem. The thing about Dragon's Dogma is once you sit down and start playing it, man, you have to set aside, like, at least, like, 2-3 hours. Because it's, like, so easy to end up doing so much random stuff in that game. Is Hogwarts RAM intensive? Oh yeah, Hogwarts Legacy. I could try that one. Hold on, let me switch this over. It could be. It can be very CPU bound. Dragon's Dogma is, though. Dragon's Dogma is pretty RAM intensive. I mean, you guys saw while I was loading up the game how the memory in the task manager just kind of went way up. Alright, let me see. I forgot, like, what was the settings that we had on this game. Okay, we have the 120 FPS, 4K. Oh yeah, I remember. This is the game that was so hard to run that you have to turn on frame generation. Alright, we're gonna try native resolution and see, because they did actually try to improve this game. This game loads so fast. Like, continue, bam, you're in.
Get your act together, will you?
It's so fast.
Oh, yeah.
Alright. Okay, this is the Forspoken, everybody's favorite. Hold on, I don't know if I want to get out of here yet. You guys can see, this game is pretty RAM intensive. Not as much as Dragon's Dogma, though.
Another day's adventure awaits.
You make it sound like what we're doing is fun.
This place has an eerie green glow because of the region that we're in. I forgot how to check. Okay, let me look at the map. Where are we? Humble Plain, Eastern Refuge. Is there a way to, like, zoom way out? That's where I need to go to eliminate the enemy. It's the Visoria Castle. This is what they say. This is the eastern side, but how come there's all this other stuff that's to the east of this? This is like the western continent. Okay, here is Junoon Castle, and then Sipal, that's the main city. So I am kind of close to the end of this game. Strangely enough, despite like never playing the game, I'm somehow close to the end. It's like right in front of me right there. This game, I have to admit, it had a cool idea. Like the fast movement across the field. It had some nice ideas. It just was like poorly executed. Oh, enemies, here we go.
How many of them are there?
I forgot how to play. I always have to relearn how to play this game.
There it is.
Might help to fall back a little.
What am I doing? Cluster.
Whoa. Incoming.
This is how she fights. She just throws, jumps in the air to throw a water ball at them.
Glad you're feeling on top of your game.
Something doesn't feel right.
Stand back, perhaps? Up to you, of course.
Great. Thanks a bunch. All right. Huh. Time to perfection. Right on the money.
It's funny, like, you mentioned Hogwarts Legacy. Because Hogwarts Legacy and this game came out around the same time. This game's like a month older. But they're both magic combat-based games. Like, this game, you're doing pew 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 magic combat like this. Man, there's a lot of enemies up there.
A possible display.
That's your idea of a compliment?
If you like.
Wow, this place sure is something.
It does rather pique my...
This one has a new armor piece. Yeah, it nearly dropped below 60. Well, that wouldn't be the first time that happened. The game actually does run significantly better than it did at launch, believe it or not. At launch, this game was really hard to run. And I remember Digital Foundry did do a follow-up video after they patched the game, showing all the changes and optimizations that they made. So the developers, like, that's the thing about Japanese developers. They don't like being told that their game is bad, like that there's issues. So they will fix it. They did fix it. So technically they fixed it. The reason why it still ends up doing bad is because the story's not that great. The main character's not that likable. You know, personality-wise, she could be a more interesting character. The premise is unique, though. Although the isekai style of the general setting is kind of been done before. What am I trying to do again? I forgot how to do the... Oh, there it is. I forgot how to do it. There it is. What am I trying to do? Oh, I ran out. Wait, no. Oh, I ran out. How come I can't, like, aim it at that thing? The main character in this seems obnoxious.
Something's there. What shall we do?
Could pretend
Not a great welcome.
At least you got a welcome.
What was the button to do the dual attack?
Embrace the flames.
Embrace the flames. The way she said that.
I sometimes wonder what you think I'm here for, you know.
I sometimes wonder how come I look so like you with such a good shield. Looks like
And the enemies in the game look really weird too. They're like these weird ethereal goblins or something. Like you fight weird looking enemies in the game.
What's this doing here?
Who cares? I'll take it.
What's this doing here? Who cares? I'll take it. Yeah, I can see why what I mean by the main character is not very likable. But the game does run better than it did. Like at 4K, because guys, this is 4K native. 4K native on an RTX 4090 was not this smooth at launch. Okay, so another room filled with enemies.
Oh shit, so many of them.
You know what to do.
Oh, now we're fighting wolves?
Nope, not working.
Look out. Now's your chance.
Bam!
On it. That's not doing much. Got you on your toes now. How'd you like this? Oh, come on.
What's the button? Oh, is it? Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, it's both of the buttons. That's how you do that move.
Hated the Tanta. Love her spells. Gotcha. Eat it.
This is how she fights? She, like, leaps in the air to throw that?
Nice. Always good in a pinch.
Do try not to waste it.
Is this only the only door? Oh, wait, there was another door. Was there another door on this side? Is there a map of this? No. Hmm.
Finders keepers.
Dead end.
Then I suppose we turn back.
So there was nothing here. The style of some of the environments makes me think of Bayonetta. But that game and this game are like worlds apart in terms of style and substance. Was there something over here? I guess you can use this to go outside.
All right, let's dance.
Another room with the same, filled with enemies.
Until someone falls over.
I'm supposed to cure myself of poison?
Love this. I don't mind. Keeps me on my toes.
Game's not crashing though, so it tells you this RAM is actually 100% stable. It really is stable. I don't think I've been able to get through this. I haven't been able to run Forspoken this long with RAM being unstable. So yeah, I'd say this overclock is good. It's good for 24/7. I'm actually pretty stoked about that
Maybe a little.
because it basically proves everything that I said in multiple different streams, in multiple different videos. And this is kind of the proof. You can do 8,000 on Ryzen, no problem. It's actually surprisingly easy. And this just further validates BuildZoid's video, because BuildZoid did the same test months ago and said that it's extremely easy to do 8,000 on Zen 4. What's this? Oh, there's a treasure chest in here.
Dead end.
Then I suppose.
Everybody's favorite thing in this game, puzzles. That's what this game's all about. Wait, whoops, did I mess that up? Am I making this harder than it's supposed to be? Not even Memtest 86 is... I know, right? I mean, like I said, I have tested... Last year, I ran Memtest 86 for almost 3 hours. And it didn't show a single error. Then I was like, okay, I can either let this go for another, like, 2-3 hours. Or I can just fire up Forspoken. And literally within 5 minutes, the game crashed to desktop. And I was like, yeah, not enough voltage. Because I was using like I think I had set 1.25 volts on my VSOC. Not VSOC. VSOC was 1.2. No, it was like 1.15 and what is the voltage? VDDIO. VDDIO was like 1.25. It was too low. I had to up it to 1.35. When I did that, then it was stable. But see, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, games that are memory intensive, like this one, are excellent sources of stability. Like, man, okay, okay, redo this. How do I... This is terrible. I feel like this is not supposed to be this hard. Up. This, that. See? Easy mode. That was not... I don't know how that took so long.
What a pain.
There better be something good inside.
There was just a coin in there. All that for a coin. I need to see if anybody really tried to master this game's combat system. And if there's any sort of like... You know how the Devil May Cry series has those people that do those combo mad videos? I want to see if those type of people really dug into this game's combat system and really tried to show what this game can do in terms of the depth of its combat system. Because I feel like there is more to this game's combat system than meets the eye. Oh wait, you know what? I should heal.
I need to try this cuff. Quick taste?
You really are too kind.
Let's see, was there something over here?
What's this doing here?
Who cares? I'll take it.
Okay, now we can go fight the final boss of this area. But for real, like, if this was not stable, I would not have been able to play this game as long as I've been playing it. Especially at max settings 4K. While live streaming. That's the other thing too. We're also live streaming. All this is being done on one PC.
Get out of the way.
Ooh, that hurt. This guy's got some damage. What? He killed me.
Can you hear me, Frank?
What? You need a reviver to resuscitate? I think that's the first time I actually died in this game. Like, I don't think I've ever died in this game before.
I actually have to fight this thing, don't I?
Only if you want to know what lies ahead. Get out of the way.
Not today!
Okay, so he is vulnerable.
Oh, might I? Oh, damn! We got this! You need to try this, Pop. The taste? Bullseye!
What? No. He just like leaped on top of me or something. I was like so close to killing him too.
I actually have to fight this thing, don't I?
Only if you want to know what lies ahead.
We got this stuff to heal your attitude, Buck.
Oh, that hurt.
Oh, that's gotta hurt. Gotta be careful. Look out. All right. Just about.
I guess there was a pounce attack. What is this? Immune to a tangled, imprisoned, confused. So that's why fire magic is the best thing against them.
Have you finally gone full bad guy?
Bam! Okay. I got a D for that. D for destroyer. The fact that the arena is so large makes me feel like there's a lot of different ways to tackle these boss fights. Like, you could do some kind of crazy ranged hit and run tactics and stuff. It would take longer to kill the boss, but it'd probably be easier. You wouldn't have to worry about getting sat on. This game is such a bitrate kill with all those effects. Yeah.
What a weird place.
Writings of the Redig Soldier.
Where were they taking it?
Wherever it was, I bet they were trying to gather all the parts in a single location.
Okay, I got a new cloak. The Bonifate. Alright, that was Forspoken. Not bad. The game does actually, it runs really good. We did a whole boss fight, whole dungeon.
Might as well pocket this.
Oh wait, there's a treasure chest up there.
Well, that rather depends on what we're judging you on.
Wow, quite a crowd.
The mob mentality. Disgraceful, Vin.
Oh no, it's coming. Oh no, the thing's coming. Oh no. The Resident Evil's activating. Resident Evil's activating. We gotta run, we gotta run. You don't want to be stuck in these. I can't be stuck in these storms. This is like, this is kind of like the Umbral in Lords of the Fallen. Like, you don't want to be in here. You can't stay in this for long. The longer you're in here, the more they spawn in, like, these crazy enemies and stuff. We gotta get out of here. What is that? Well, that's an enemy. Maybe I should just run toward the boss tower. What is this? It's locked because of the storm. Oh man, if I can get to the save point, maybe the save point? Can I rest in here? While there's a storm raging? Wait, what? You can rest in here? You can rest in here when there's like a chaos infusion happening? What? So she could just go to sleep and pretend it was all a bad dream? That's hilarious.
I could catch a few more.
Wait, for real? You literally can just go inside here and it just goes away? What? So much for the danger. Yeah, I feel like this game could have actually been really good. It has so much potential. The more I sit down and spend more time playing it, like, I do kind of find the combat sleeping away the evil residents. This game is so bad. The thing is, this game could have been so much better. That's the thing. Every time I sit down and start playing this game, the combat is actually not that bad. Like, the combat system has depth. Like a good action game should. I like how when you look at things in the distance, like there's this giant tower, this foreboding tower that just kind of beckons you to go toward it.
This is over.
It has that aspect of like, I see something in the distance, I want to go over there and see what it is.
We have places to be.
And the world is also so big and vast. The only problem is it's so empty and there's literally nothing to do except kill a bunch of random mobs and trash mobs everywhere you go. That's basically all it is, and that is so boring. When you think about it, Dragon's Dogma and Elden Ring are structured in almost the exact same way. Big open world, large open fields, a bunch of random trash enemies everywhere you look. But the execution of how those games are played is so different. There's NPCs, there's side quest lines. This game literally has like nothing in it. It's so boring. There's like nothing here. There's like, see, there's just, you just assassinate all these random, you just slaughter all these weird looking enemies. You just hack and slash Dynasty Warriors style.
How'd you like this?
Look out!
Wait, is that a larger enemy? Oh, that's a larger enemy. Are you supposed to be like Mr.
Whoa.
Elite or something?
You're gonna love this. Hey-ya!
Yeah, that one's got a lot of HP. He's not. He's got a lot of HP.
Yeah, I'm feeling
Bam.
How are you feeling?
a whole lot better than I did a minute ago.
Is there still an enemy around? I think you can't go in any of the buildings most of the time.
Yeah, it does feel kind of pointless.
She just said it does feel kind of pointless. Like what, the whole game? This game is so bad.
Not bad, I guess.
Yes. Handy?
And the other thing too that I like about this game, I do like the platforming. Oh, it was this guy.
That'll teach you.
Yeah, what he said.
A lot of random treasure chests. Very much like Zelda and Genshin Impact.
Gotta hit harder.
Next time, you'll see.
There was a treasure chest that I think I missed. Where'd that one guy? Oh, there he is. Until the music normalizes and the random flying cat comes back, you know there's still enemies around.
Don't make yourself dizzy, will you?
What?
Not gonna happen.
How did she fail that landing? We're so close. Alright, so what I'm gonna do, probably I'll spend some time tomorrow working on this video for 8,000 megahertz, because I do want to see if the 8,000 mega transfers versus 6,000 mega transfers.
This should be easy enough.
If only that were true of every battle.
What is that? A lion? That's new. I don't think I fought one of these before.
Might want to run. That's not doing much.
Yeah, all the spell effects probably make this game look all pixelated and messy on stream. I can only imagine.
Come on. Time for my favorite.
I sometimes wonder what you think I'm here for, you know.
I sometimes wonder how come a little guy like you makes such a good shield.
Fair to middling, I suppose.
I'll give you middling.
To be honest,
asshole.
you think the $70 price tag hurts this game more than its actual content, but at least it had a demo, which most games today don't have. Yeah, that's true. It did have a demo. Is it still $70? Man. This, yeah, I feel like if this game was like $20, it would be okay. Like, it would be decent on like a $20 sale. Yeah, I don't think it'd be that bad, because there is actually a lot to like here with this combat system and the exploration. It's just very empty. Whoops.
Time to perfection. Ah, gotcha.
Crocodile. Now we're fighting crocodiles. Or what looks like a crocodile.
Specialty a la fray. Nope, not working.
Are they weak to water?
Okay. Right in the sweet spot.
No, they're vulnerable to fire. Yeah.
Record time.
Is this Hogwarts?
The opposition did help quite a bit.
Hogwarts is another magic-based game, but no, this is not Hogwarts. Good guess though. This game and Hogwarts came out almost in the same time frame. Okay, maybe we should switch over to Hogwarts. People are thinking that this is Hogwarts. That's really weird. I'm trying to go back and find that. Oh, is there a cat? I thought I heard like a cat. Or is that the cat that's flying? Oh, that's the cat that's flying. Is this Immortals of Avium?
Gotta love being
Hey, the combat in this is actually a lot like Immortals of Avium, only I actually think the combat in this game is more fun than Immortals of Avium from what I've seen now. I never played that game. Because I like how you can like do different things. Like, see, if I hold down, now she's doing punches and like a palm strike. The fire magic is definitely my favorite one. Because it's got the melee, it's got the punches and the kicks and the sword. See, you can do all of this stuff. That is pretty cool, man. Look at this. I just learned a new combo. That is a pretty cool combo. And then there's also the Captain Falcon knee smash, the Falcon kick. Bam! Did you see that? That Falcon kick.
Like that.
Time to test my punch combo.
Alright.
Bam!
Feels like I can breathe easy all
See,
of a
this
sudden.
game is pretty fun. This game can be pretty fun. It does have its moments, at least as far as the combat goes. I feel like if I spent even more time with this game, I would learn the combat system properly. Oh, I can't do this because there's an enemy around. Oh, there's the lock-on. Okay, so it does have a lock-on. I completely forgot that it had a lock-on. Bam! Falcon kick!
Die on it.
Undertaker style. If the character just wasn't so bad.
That was another Partha.
A common find, apparently.
Roll the Partha? Okay. What is that? Oh, a spear.
Whoa, would you look at that? Hey.
You suddenly feel more magically adept. Interesting. So I guess that changes like your passive attunement or something. I don't know. Completely forgot about that. Okay, here's another thing too. Look at the grass. Look at the grass. When you walk through the grass moves. The grass gets pushed to the side. This is just like the update to Final Fantasy XIV. See, this is an example of Square Enix learning from themselves.
We're getting a little deeper here.
Into the break, you mean? Okay, let me know if it gets worse.
Of course, just don't rely entirely on me.
Oh, am I in combat? Oh no, the cat went away. Oh, there it is. I want to get that treasure chest.
Huh. What's this?
More enemies again.
Very much in the room. Thanks.
These ones are resistant too. Bam, bam. Oh. So they don't have. I don't have my iframe. I don't have hyper armor when I'm trying to do my fist attack. There, this is what I wanted to get.
Not the most impressive find.
Imagine if they switched to the Luminous engine for Final Fantasy XIV. They'd be making the same mistake Sega did with Phantasy Star Online 2. Was Phantasy Star Online 2 just like insanely hard to run, or what? Yeah, because what would happen if Square Enix did that? If Square Enix made Final Fantasy XIV use this game's engine and this game's graphics, basically, probably 90% of the people who play Final Fantasy XIV would be unable to play Final Fantasy XIV because they're playing on GTX 970s. They're playing on GTX 970s, GTX 1060s, RX 480s, and even older graphics cards that we will not name here. So yeah, try playing this game on an RX 480 or a GTX 970 and see what happens. So they can't do that. I feel like they thought of doing it though. I think Yoshi P said that they thought about like doing a complete overhaul, but then realized that it would probably alienate the player base. You want all games to enable direct storage? Yeah, this game here. Let me show you something. Hold on, let me save. Where should I save? I still have a save file from January 25th of 2023. That's the day this game came out. So I'll just save on this one. I guess the third Tanta? Oh wait, chapter 11. Yeah, the latest one. Is that the latest one? Hold on. Yeah, chapter 11. Yeah, okay. Let me show you guys something. So here's the thing about this game. Let's return to the title screen. Watch how smooth this game loads in. Watch how smooth this game loads in. I quit to the title screen. I go back to the desktop. Now watch this. I'm going to load. Actually, here, let's do a full load. Let's do a full load from chapter 11. Watch the power of direct storage in PCIe Gen 5. This game is installed on a PCIe Gen 5 SSD. It's installed on the inland TD510 from Micro Center. Check this out. Load. Bam, like that. Instantaneous load. It's faster than a PlayStation 5. Faster than the PS5. Or at worst, it's equal to a PlayStation 5 in terms of how fast that load was. Like, that is a fast load. The other thing that I can show you guys, like, map. Here, let's, I gotta remember where I am, though. So, Humble, Plain, Eastern Refuge. Watch, let's fast travel, like, all the way across the map. Let's go, like, let's go further out. How do I zoom out of this thing? Okay, let's teleport. Let's teleport to the city. Wait, that's Castle Refuge. Hold on, how do I... Alright, let's just fast travel to this place. Watch this. We're gonna fast travel. Watch how fast it just teleports you across the map. Look at that. Look at that. Bam, like that. That was like 1.5 seconds. And everything, all the assets in the game are just instantly there. No texture popping, no weird like texture loading in. No, none of that. It's like bam, instantaneous game immersion. Warping around the map. You can teleport around the map faster than a GM in WoW private servers.
Might as well pocket this.
And here we are. We're all the way in a completely different region. This is a cool looking area. I think this is the area where we first arrived in this world. Oh, you can see that fog. There is one of those storms approaching. It's the Resident Evil storm. We can't stay here. It's approaching fast. It's like a tornado. There's a tornado coming, guys. We gotta get out of here. We gotta get out of here. There's a tornado on the... Look at that. Look at that. The tornado's approaching.
Yeah. Thanks.
We need this in all games on PC sooner than later. Yeah, I agree, man. Like, 100%. Direct storage is a game changer. Alright, we gotta get out of here. That storm's coming in fast. Oh, let's do a scan real quick. Look at that storm. It'll be here within probably like less than a minute. There's so much stuff that I never even bothered to really explore properly in this game. See, if this game had a lot of NPCs, like, if this game had NPCs like Dragon's Dogma, even though the main character is not that great of a protagonist, like, they could have done better with her personality. I feel like this game could have been actually a pretty good game. Like, straight up, this game, no joke, the combat is actually pretty fun. Once you get used to the combat system, it's actually a really fun combat system. Wait, was there a cat or something? I thought I heard... Oh, is that my cat? What is this? Is there something I'm supposed to get over here? Oh, it's another one of those things.
Another Partha.
A common find, apparently.
I feel like I already did this one, though.
Wow, would you look at that? Alright.
Oh, that's like supposed to be the symbol for a shield? Okay, I guess that's what that means. Oh, I got a shield buff. I see it. Okay, I see it on the... You guys can't see it because this camera thing's in the way. Let me move this out of the way. In fact, you probably don't even need this anymore. We've already shown the RAM. Wait, that's me. Whoops. Where's the other camera? Where's this camera? Oh, this one. There. Yeah, so it shows the buffs near the HP bar. This area is really heavy. Yeah, the Junoon area is the hardest area in the game. That and I guess the city. Well, the city's the most CPU bound area. But yeah, this is the most graphics intensive area. Alright, here we go. Just beat him up before he can get a chance. Get the jump on him.
Whoa! Got him. Woo! Feels like I can breathe easy all of a sudden.
That deer could have been actually pretty annoying to fight if he got the first attack.
Anything around here we can swipe?
You barely even walked through the door.
Well, we obviously can't sleep here. Might as well get something out of it.
Yeah, this is a very intense area. Look at the FPS.
Now's your chance.
On it!
Get out of the way.
What was that?
There it is!
Oh, it's sub 60. Look at that. It's sub 60. Look at that beautiful sub 60 FPS.
Oh, might I?
Look at that. I got it, guys. I got it. 50 something FPS. I found the spot. I found the spot. Phantasy Star Online 2 haven't played that in quite a long time. I tried to play it twice. I tried to play it before it became New Genesis, and then I played it when it became New Genesis, and then I just couldn't really get into it. I don't know, like maybe I was just too into Monster Hunter World at the time, but I was, because that's when that, like Monster Hunter World was relatively new when Phantasy Star Online was released to, I think they released it multiple times, didn't they? Wasn't it like Microsoft Store exclusive, and then New Genesis was more accessible or something? I forget. It's been a while.
I sense a hostile presence. Be on your guard.
Yeah. Stay
Man, that thing looks like the headless from Sekiro.
Alright!
Oh, what? He just rushed me.
Are you sure you're feeling fighting?
This thing's pretty strong.
What does it matter? We still gotta do this, right? And we're back. Good. Because it tasted like crap.
Wow, he's still at like 50% of his HP.
That's not doing much. And that's that! We got this!
I gotta Falcon Punch him. Falcon Punch.
Turn back, perhaps? Up to you, of course.
Great. Thanks a bunch. Nope, not working.
Rely on me a little less.
Got him. Falcon Punch.
First chance I get.
Ooh, lots of treasure chests. This guy was guarding lots of treasure chests.
I'll be the judge of that.
You're only a tryhard in Persona? What's that supposed to mean? Oh, you played New Genesis? I tried to like the game. I don't know, because I was too into Monster Hunter World and Final Fantasy XIV when when it first came out on like Microsoft Store, so this was before New Genesis. I tried to like that game, and I just couldn't really get into it because it just felt so outdated, like the way it looked. It was just the gameplay systems were archaic. It also felt like I was playing Monster Hunter World, only I guess less cool, if that makes sense. I don't know. I don't think I'm explaining it correctly.
I might consider it.
But, you know, if Final Fantasy XIV had these graphics, I feel like it would probably be the best looking MMO. As far as MMOs go.
Something's there. What should we do?
Could pretend we didn't notice.
What one might call a gaggle of troublemakers.
The weak ones hunt in packs, huh? Ah!
Oh, two of those things are pretty tough. It's two of these guys.
How'd you like this? Got you on your toes now.
Whoops, I missed.
You're gonna love this.
Does that make things a little easier?
More than a little.
Avoiding attacks would be better than using me to fend them off.
Aw, worried you might get a little scratch.
Simplified the game's class. Combat system is way too much. Oh wait, what about Genshin? What was this about Genshin? Genshin. Oh, never played Genshin nor Honkai. Genshin came out in 2020. Like, Genshin came out in the first year of the pandemic. And I remember, man, that game... I was not someone who played Genshin on day one. Like, I started that game... it was still on the very first banner, but I started, like, after probably 2 weeks. Monument of Wisdom.
I think I'll go take a look.
You can't help yourself.
What? What am I supposed to do? Frey must defeat the Bandersnatch simulacrum that has appeared in the Raging Breakstorm. Oh, that's what these things are called, Breakstorms. I kept calling them Chaos Infusions because that's what they're called in Lightning Returns. This game basically took a lot of themes that were already in a game that Square Enix made a decade ago.
Alright, here goes.
This is the thing that I have to kill? In the Breakstorm? Okay.
That's it. Go.
Wait, where'd she go? Oh, there it is.
Eat it. Ready for some punishment? Wow.
Too soon.
Sorry, Cub.
What?
Well, I would say I'm...
Man, okay, I feel like the difficulty is so all over the place. You keep dying in like one hit.
All right, Frey. Show us what you're made of.
What's cooking in enthusiasm?
Oh, I have poison status. Is there a gimmick to this boss? Like,
Sorry, alright. Want to see a magic trick? This is really, really bad, right?
If you know that, then why aren't you doing something?
Woo!
wow, one leap. If you get caught in that lunge, you just basically get one shot.
Are you gonna give it another go?
They already moved Atlas to Unreal.
Should be expecting good things.
You're not helping. Yup.
Hold on, how much?
Get too close, for goodness sake.
Can't help it. They're so fucking clingy. That's it. Ah!
What is that thing?
Do not waste any energy on warning you.
Not something I've tried to make a habit of.
I can't tell what's happening. I literally can't tell what's happening when that's happening. Like, I can barely even see what's going on the screen.
Are you gonna give it another go?
Catherine on PlayStation 3, when that first came out, that game was so ahead of its time. That is one of the hidden gems of that entire console generation.
Alright, let's just go.
It was also on Xbox 360, that's right.
Got him. Ah!
In the head and tail. So it's weak to... Okay, the tail is the weak spot, and the head. If I can manage to hit the face.
I may not be able to protect you as well as I usually do.
Great. That's all I need.
I'm barely doing any damage to this thing. Alright, I think we're under-leveled. I think I'm, like, really under-leveled. Because I'm barely, like, tapping this thing, and it's like I get one shot. So I guess we're in, like, a high-level area or something. Is there... Castle Town... Giant Nightmare? What is that? What is this Giant Nightmare? Something might happen here if you had a storm shard. Persona 5 has almost nothing to do with Catherine aside from full body DLC. Yeah, because Catherine, that game came out between Persona 4 and Persona 5. That was like... What year was that game? That was 2011, if I remember correctly, was the original Catherine. On the PS3 and the Xbox 360.
Oh, look, a tower.
You sing pretty well for a lump of metal.
When I need to, yes.
Alright, well I guess there's nothing else here. Let's just teleport. Is this a town, or is this just like a bunch of enemies? Oh, there's a place that I never even went to before. Persona 5 was announced in 2013 and announced for 2014.
I'd imagine you'll have this wrapped up pretty quickly.
Yep, no sweat.
Yeah, this stuff is gonna die to me so easily because this is a lower level zone. I want to get over to that thing.
Didn't even give him time to blink.
Exactly what purpose is that ridiculous exaggeration supposed to serve?
Persona 5 was 2016. Wasn't it 2017? Or are you going off of the Japanese release? I keep thinking that Persona 5 was 2017. You might be right, though.
Here. Well, left at least. I'd save your sympathy. There are far too many of these places to mope about every last one.
Man, this place is really hard to run. Look at this. It's like down to... Oh, then it went back up. The original Catherine was in 2009. No, I think it was 2011. I'm pretty sure it was 2011. 2011 was a big big year for gaming, and Catherine was one of the greats in that year.
Not at all.
Because the original Nier was 2010, and Catherine was a year after that, so that would be 2011. And don't forget, guys. Oh well, I'm always going off of the international release. Yeah, I always go off of worldwide. I never go off of the Japanese releases because I think of them as like when I played them. That's why. So I always use the worldwide release.
Seems kind of slow.
I mean, unless I played the Japanese version. There are a few games that I did play the Japanese version of. One of them that I can think of is Lightning Returns, Final Fantasy 13. That came out in Japan in 2013, and then it was 2014 was the worldwide. That was a good era, man. I really like the early. It's like the late 2000s to the early 2010s. That from like 2000, from basically the PS3, the start of the PS3. Well, not the start. Like when the PS3 really started taking off, basically like 2008 to 2014, I think was like a really good time. Maybe 2015, because that's when Bloodborne came out. Yeah, that was like a really good era for games because we like to look back at the PS2 and the GameCube and the original Xbox and the Dreamcast. That era was also very. It was kind of like the pinnacle of creativity from a developer standpoint, whereas the period after it, from like 2005 to 2015, developers basically refined their craft because games started looking really good. Like, and that's why I say the jump from the PS2 to the PS3 was an enormous jump. Yes, the PS1 to PS2 was a massive jump as well, but the jump from 4x3, 480i interlaced on PS2 to 720p, 16:9 on PS3, that is an even bigger jump. Think about Metal Gear Solid 2 and Metal Gear Solid 4. Look at the difference between Metal Gear Solid 2 and Metal Gear Solid 4. Metal Gear Solid 4 was a PlayStation 3 exclusive, and that was like an insanely good-looking game for the time. And Uncharted 2 was also an extremely good-looking game on the PlayStation 3. PS3 was 64-bit as well. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, PS3 was the generation of consoles that ushered in, like, good-looking graphics for the very first time. Do you guys remember Gears of War? The original Gears of War on Xbox 360? That was a very interesting time. And despite the issues like Red Ring of Death and Yellow Light of Death and all that stuff, the Blu-ray era, physical media was still like a big thing back then, unlike the way it is now.
Hasn't taken hold too thoroughly here.
Cloud gaming was not a thing. No one cared about mobile games and live service games. Where am I trying to go? Oh, I'm trying to go to this thing. It's like literally right behind me. Can't believe I never got this one before.
Could probably
New
chill
fast
here for a
travel
while.
destination added.
Wonderful. I, for one, can't wait to take a load off.
Take a load of what?
But the PS3 era was when games started looking good. Then you had PS4. PS4 games did not look that much better than the way they looked on PS3. I mean, yes, they did look better, especially toward the end of the PS4 generation. But at the start of the PS3 generation, games that were available on PS3 and PS4 for the first couple of years of the PS4's lifespan, they weren't that much better looking. Why is this cat, like, floating sideways in the air? But I remember the PS3 era because that was the era where I feel like I was the most into console gaming ever. More so than PS2. And then PS4, I was less and less interested in console gaming, and I was way more PC focused. I mean, I've always been PC gaming focused, but back then, like in the PS3 era and the PS2 era, it was hard to have a PC that was like good because things kept changing so much. So there was really no point in buying a flagship GPU. Because it would become obsolete in like less than a year. So consoles are way more viable back then than they are now. For a lot of reasons. It's just the landscape of the gaming market has changed. Hold on, is ray tracing turned on? Okay, so ray tracing was off. That's why we're running at a good FPS most of the time. If I turn ray tracing on, then this game will be sub 60 a lot on the 4090.
Actual treasure.
I would have to leverage upscaling. I have to turn on DLSS or maybe frame generation or something. I think this game, does this game have, oh, this game has FSR3. This is like the first game to have FSR3. Oh, I have to do it, like, from the main menu. I can't turn it on here, but yeah. Gundam Versus. PS4 was your holdover until you got a 3600 and a 5500 XT. PS4 was... I don't know, I feel like... PS4 was more like an evolution of PS3, whereas PS3 was more like a revolution of gaming. Oh, you had to have a tooth pulled? Man, that's rough. Was it originally root canaled or something,
Yes.
and then it had to be
We have a long way
pulled?
to go yet.
Ugh.
Alright, I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be back, and then we'll probably fire up Hogwarts Legacy next. Oh, it was Wisdom too. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's not as rough. Oh, well, unless you're awake when they do that, then it's pretty rough. Ooh, the root was curved and you were fully awake. Ouch. Yeah, that's rough. Alright, this game is not as bad as people say. It's just, it could just have been so much better. Okay, let me make sure I've got... Okay, Hogwarts Legacy is ready. Okay, so now we're going to try Hogwarts Legacy briefly. I'm not going to play as much of it as I played Forspoken, because I've already completed the main story. I just haven't done the OWL exams, which is the post-game content. But we'll fire up Hogwarts Legacy here to see how it does. But I would say, considering how long this PC has been under full load, well, not full load, but it's like, well, it's under full load right now. Here we go, guys. Here we go. The moment of truth. Oh, you can't see it for some reason. Why not? It says preparing shaders. It'll probably come up. You just have to give it a second. This is it. This is the thing. This is the thing that causes Intel 14th gen and 13th gen to freeze. What's happening right now? Shader compilation is happening right now. You guys can't see it because it's like doing it in the background. But the Ryzen CPU got up to 85 degrees just now. 85 degrees while compiling shaders. It was going all out. What was the power consumption? It was using about 136 watts of power. 136. Basically 140 is, I think, like the TDP. So 136 watts of power while shader compiling. So now it's showing up because it finished the shader compile. Just to kind of show, let's just get in here real quick. Oh, this is the game that I actually play on keyboard and mouse. But I can play it on thing. Okay, so this is going to be 4K, anti-aliasing, TAA, whatever. We'll leave all this stuff off. Frame rate, I don't like uncapped frame rates. We're going to do 120. I don't think it's going to matter much. RTX 4090. Because that's what I pair up with the 7950X 3D. And everything's ultra. Ray tracing is off. I'll just leave it off, whatever. Although, do you guys think I should turn it on? Do you guys want me to turn ray tracing on? I mean, now would be the time to do it. Ray trace reflections, ray trace shadows, ray trace ambient occlusion. But that was another thing. What just happened with the shader compiling, if my memory overclock was unstable, will RT increase system RAM? Yes, I think it will. Although I think it will. I don't know how much it will. But just to show, what was I trying to show? Where's the thing? I can't find the. Just to show what was happening earlier. There we go. It got up to 85 degrees while shader compiling there. And that's a way to tell if your system's stable. Compiling shaders is an excellent way to test the stability of your RAM overclock or your CPU undervolt or your overclock on the CPU. It's an excellent, excellent way. And a lot of the ways that the Intel 13th gen, because I'm hoping people who are subscribed to the channel saw the video that I posted earlier. I posted a video that's trying to help people to potentially fix crashing games and crashing apps on the Intel CPUs. And the way you do that is you power limit it and run it at Intel stock specifications, and then that pretty much solves the problem. But one of the things that I was reading online about when these crashes happen is when loading a game. Loading a game typically means shader compile. Shader compile is a CPU, heavy CPU task. As you guys just saw, it heated up the CPU to 85 degrees under full load. So, and it's very RAM intensive. I saw the RAM go way up You know, we're at like 10 gigs, 10.4 gigs right now of system RAM on this game. The total is around... Where's my... Man, I forgot what happened to my task manager. Here it is. System RAM right now is around like half of the 48 gigs of RAM. And the RAM is at that magical 8,000 megahertz on the RAM. And if the RAM's not stable, shader compiling is a good way to crash the game. It's a good way to crash your system depending on how unstable the RAM is and potentially corrupt things. So not good if your overclock's unstable. So I'm pretty confident that my overclock is very stable, 100% stable at this point. We've been streaming for almost 4 hours on this overclock and testing multiple different games, including one that just did an entire shader compile. You know what's another one I should do? The Last of Us. The Last of Us Part 1 has a shader compile that takes a very, very long time. But because we have a 16-core, 32-thread, the shader compile, and they're all P-cores, doesn't take that long on a Ryzen 9. So here, let's just get into the game real quick. I haven't played this game in a while. Alright, let's just do my typical benchmark run. This is how I make my Hogwarts Legacy benchmark content, guys. Look, this is what I do. I literally run this path. It's the exact same path that Steve from Harbor Unbox uses when he makes his Hogwarts Legacy benchmark. This is what he does. He runs through Hogsmeade just like this. This is how I've captured my FPS data for Hogwarts Legacy. I go in here, I go up the stairs, I run around here. It's important to constantly be moving. You don't want to stop because you want the FPS to potentially... I do a jump. You want the FPS to constantly be trying to average out. Then you run back down. And right now it's not CPU heavy because all the NPCs are gone. So I would typically run this during the day. Like when all the NPCs are running around the town. But that's basically how I do my benchmark run. So what I do is I'll do 3 loops. So I'll run a round again, and then I'll run around again, and it'll basically be the average of the 3 runs. Noticed any performance improvements? Not really. The game hasn't got any patches since last year. As far as I know, there's been no new... I mean, I can check the change log. Yeah, the last update for this game was June 2nd of 2023. So the game has not been updated for a long time. So nothing would have changed in terms of the expected performance. It's basically the same every single time. So, and that's the other thing too. Like if you're going to benchmark games for a brand new GPU, oftentimes you don't have to, unless something significant changed, you don't have to go and retest old results unless the game had a major patch. So that's another thing to keep in mind. Like in this case, this game hasn't been updated since June of last year. So any benchmark data that's from that point forward, I wouldn't have to retest over that because it's just going to be the same results. It'll all just be within margin of error. So that's typically how I do it. But people could do it differently. Yeah, so you guys can see the game, but even with the NPCs, because we're on an X3D CPU, the average doesn't really change much. You know, compared to how it was earlier when I was running through here and there was no NPCs around, and now there's a whole bunch of NPCs around. Nothing's really changing because X3D handles all of that seamlessly behind the scenes.
soldiers good work.
Can I get in this thing? I'm so used to getting on the ox carton in Dragon's Dogma that as soon as I saw this, my first reaction was to just try to jump on it and get inside sit in the cart. But apparently I can't do that in this game. So anyway, let's look at Hogwarts Legacy. I mean, this game is every time I come back to this game, I do think this is a nice looking game. This game did so well. Like, it is probably one of the more underrated games of 2023 because there was a lot of hype for it leading up to its launch, and there was also a lot of skepticism, and people thought that the game would not deliver, but it delivered. Like, this is the best Harry Potter themed game ever made. This is a really good game. Like, I can't stress that enough. It didn't even have, like, any issues when it came out. It just kind of showed up. It did what it said it would do. It delivered on the experience of being in the wizarding world, despite all the controversy surrounding all the, people that were complaining about the author and whatever. Who cares? She has really nothing to do with the game. So, I feel like this game was kind of judged unfairly. But yeah, this game is actually really good. Like, this game's really good. How many hours do I have in this game? 95 hours. I put 95 hours into this game. Now, granted, some of that was just me standing here AFK, AFK in the game talking to viewers, but probably a good, 6 hours of that is benchmarking for different videos, if I'm being honest. But it's still, you could say I spent a good, 80 hours in the game. I feel like that means that I have a good opinion of the game. I feel like if somebody is going to review a game, and then they're, if they only put, 20 hours, 30 hours into the game, assuming the game is a long game, especially an RPG like this, I don't take their word very, I don't hold it with a lot of weight. It doesn't carry much weight, in my opinion. And I feel like people who read game reviews or watch game reviews, they should have that kind of, I don't want to say skepticism, but they should have that understanding. If the reviewer didn't really spend that much time with the game, then how relevant is that actual review? See, so I feel like I trust what I say because I put 95 hours into the game, so I know that the game has delivered on the promise. So I can't say that for every game, but yeah, this game is good. You have about 170 hours. Yeah, this game is really good. This game reminds me of it's like a PG or PG-13 version of The Witcher 3. It's kind of like The Witcher 3. I don't know why I think of it like The Witcher 3, because it has magic combat, but it's not you're not hitting things with swords. You're not slashing things with swords. It's kind of like The Witcher 3 in the sense that the world map it's a big open world. It's pretty large. It's a relatively large area. I guess The Witcher 3 is still a larger map, but there's a lot to do. There's a lot of NPCs. See, if we compare this to Forspoken could have been just like this. Forspoken's game world is probably twice as large as this game's game world. It's probably this entire thing is Forspoken's world. This whole map, including these areas where you can't actually go, Forspoken has the whole thing. But it's an empty world with nothing to do except slaughter a bunch of random enemies. That's literally all it is. And collect a bunch of loot from treasure chests, and collect garments, and that sort of thing. And that's basically all it is. That's the whole game. Like, there's nothing. There's no side quests. There's no interaction with NPCs outside of, like, the main city. And even in the main city, there's only, like, a handful of NPCs that actually have things to say to you. So, it's very disappointing. But this game, it's full. The school's, like, full of things to do. Hogsmeade's full of things to do. A lot of NPCs. A lot of, like, hidden areas, you know, just kind of waiting to be discovered. I feel like this game, it paints a clear picture of the wizarding world for those that never really fully read the Harry Potter books in depth, because of the way it shows where things are. What I really like, I think one of the coolest things that I got out of playing this game was seeing where all the places that you see in the Harry Potter movies are located in relation to the school. Like, Hogsmeade is over here. I didn't know that Hogsmeade was north of the school. I didn't know that the Quidditch Stadium was west of the school. And also the Forbidden Forest. I didn't know where it was. Well, I knew it was close. I didn't know where it was. But see, now I know exactly where it is. I didn't know the Forbidden Forest was so close to Hogsmeade. So stuff like that is... It paints a better picture of the wizarding world after playing this game. So, and that's really cool. The forest took you like 4 hours to explore. Yeah, I mean, the area is really big. It's like a big open world. And you have flying. You have flying mounts, and you have flight. If I can remember how to actually access flight. I don't even remember how to access flight. I forgot how to play. What was the mouse button for it? Wait, what was it on the controller? I also like how you can switch between controller. Like, if I want to play it on the game controller, I can just start using the game controller and it just switches automatically. And if I want to switch over to keyboard and mouse, I can start using the keyboard and mouse and it just switches seamlessly. Not every game does that, although more and more games do that. Forspoken does do that. But yeah, this game is definitely one that was treated unfairly last year. It's unfortunate, because there was some games that were nominated for stuff that I don't even think they should have even been on the list. Like, honestly. Like, I don't even know how Cyberpunk got on the list last year. Because, I mean, if that's like saying if somebody fails when they're up to bat, you can give them a second chance, but yet no one else can be treated that way? Like, what? Like, how is that right, you know? I feel like I want to do another playthrough of this game. I want to play as a Slytherin and or a Hufflepuff. And, well, maybe not a Gryffindor, because like Gryffindor was basically all the Harry Potter movies. So it's like, who cares about Gryffindor at this point? Oh, I guess I was over here. Okay. I thought I never came over here. I was over here. You went back on Assassin's Creed. See, I haven't played any Assassin's Creeds. I never played a single Assassin's Creed game. How do they compare to Devil May Cry and Ninja... Well, okay, they're not going to be like Devil May Cry. How do they compare to, like, Tenchu and stealth-based games?
Come on in. Don't be shy. What is it you might be interested in?
Oh, this is hairstyles?
You can stop by.
Did I just randomly stumble across this place? Did I never go here before? I must have had to have gone there before. Only stealth games you have are Assassin's Creed games. How, How do those games, are they like mission-based or are they open world? Like, are they like instance levels that you go through the level, you do a boss fight at the end, and then you're done, and then you start the like a cinematic plays, and you're in the next area? Or are they like an open world?
Aloha Mora.
Well, that one was super easy. They're sort of open world. Sort of open world. I'm not sure what that means. I guess that means they're kind of like the areas are interconnected. But you can't fast travel? If so, that sounds kind of like Sekiro. How did I never go into these places before? Oh, because there was a lock. Why is there like a ray trace line going through there? One thing's for sure, this game does make the RTX 4090...
I beg your pardon, but would you mind helping out an old woman?
Is everything all right?
Oh, bless you. Oh, thank you for
This does
asking.
make the RTX 4090 use quite a bit of electricity. 360 watts. It's using power like my 7900 XTX. It typically uses a little bit less power than the 7900 XTX, based off of the way that I use it.
She doesn't like to leave the forest, so I visit her once a week to brush out her mane and bring her some treats. Her coat is glorious. Well, the last time I saw her, we were violently attacked by a pack of wolves. Hazel, loyal friend that she is, leapt in front to protect me, and in the process, I fear she may have been injured.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I want to help her, but she seems to have gone into hiding. Out of fear, I'd imagine. I know you Hogwarts students learn a fair bit about caring for beasts. Perhaps you could find my unicorn friend and get her somewhere safe so that she can heal.
I'll see. Wait, how did you become friends with her?
How did you become so close with the unicorn?
It was luck, truly. I came across her when she was a little golden foal. Didn't even have a horn yet. Oh, she trusted me straight
Assassin's Creed 3 was the first
away,
one to
and we
have
played
large
together for
spaces.
hours. Oh, I do hope she'll be
I just
all
remember
right.
Ezio was
Unicorn
in
hair is a valuable
Soul
wand
Calibur
core, and I suppose
5
losing a hair or two mightn't hurt her.
or
But I'm terrified
no,
those poachers
was he in
will
Soul
want
Calibur
her for
5?
her blood to keep
Or was he in a
themselves
different Soul
alive.
Calibur, like another
That is
mobile
more
one?
than I can bear to think of.
Yeah, she does look kind of like the
I'll
professor.
keep an eye out for your unicorn friend and take her to safety if I see her.
Oh, you've a good soul. I can always tell. Please, don't risk your own safety, though. I don't know precisely where she is, but I can tell you that her den is north of Hogsmeade.
North of
And although
Hogsmeade.
I haven't been able
That
to
means it
brush
might be
her
the
lately,
Forbidden Forest.
I imagine she still has the brightest, most beautiful coat of her entire herd.
The amount of voice dialogue, too, in this game.
Remember, you'll know her by her brilliant coat. And be warned, she's a stubborn girl. She may need some convincing to come with you.
I need to look for a unicorn with a beautifully bright coat. It sounds as if she's in trouble.
Okay, let's check. Since we've been playing so many games, so here's the thing, guys. Like, this is what I mean by. This is the reason why I don't use a high wattage CPU for live streaming, because I've been live now for over 4 hours playing games, and I haven't had to run the air conditioner the whole time. Like, I just realized I was sitting in the room the whole time with no air conditioner running at all the whole time I've been here. And the GPU, the reason why I'm saying this is because I'm noticing the GPU power consumption in this game is higher than in the other games that I was testing earlier. Because Dragon's Dogma 2, obviously there's CPU bottlenecks happening all the time in that game, so the 4090 never gets a chance to really use a lot of power in that game. And then in Forspoken, it was using like 280 to 320 something was kind of the range that I remember seeing. So it was less. So I'm noticing the heat from the RTX 4090 now, because I haven't been running the air conditioner for so long. But yeah, this is what I'm getting at, what Matt just said. The 4090 and the 7800 X3D, or the, basically, okay, it doesn't matter what X3D. Basically, what I'm trying to say is 4090 plus 7950 X3D is probably the most power efficient combo for gaming and live streaming. Because the thing with live streaming is if you're gonna be live in front of an audience for many, many hours at a time, you don't want to start like sweating, or unless you're gonna like run your AC, or you got a fan running the whole time, and then you're just gonna run up your electricity bill because their AC is like, the air conditioning in homes is typically like, what is that? That's like 30 to 40% of your electricity bill, maybe even more, depending on where you are, right there. So yeah, that's pretty nice. So, I mean, we were talking about this on my channel the other day about, like, if the CPU pulls a lot of power, like a GPU, that's almost like having 2 graphics cards in your room at full load. That is you're gonna feel that. You're gonna feel that heat. See, so that's what I'm saying. So I'm noticing it now because it's like 350 watts. So that's why I wanted to call that out. But now, so since we've been running this overclock of 8,000 on the RAM for so long, I want to check in with our temperatures. So we're gonna look at hardware info right here. Let's take a look at some of this stuff. So here's our let's see, what can you guys see? Let me see, just so I can see what you guys are seeing. Okay. The virtual memory, that doesn't really matter right now. Okay, here's the 7950 X3D. 7950 X3D, the maximum speed that it's achieving on the cores is 5.7 gigahertz, and those are on the non-Vcache cores. The Vcache cores are basically core 0 through 7. 0 through 7, and then 8 through 15 are the non-3D. And you guys can see right here, I'm assuming you guys can see my mouse. Okay, now you can see my mouse. Okay, so this one, 0 through 7 are the X3D Vcache cores. So you can see on a 7950 X3D, these cores can clock up to 5.2 gigahertz on some of them in certain scenarios where there's an opportunistic boost ability. Need for Speed Heat, 500 watts. Yeah, I know, right? I'm not about that life. I'm not gonna sit here and live stream with like 500 watts of waste heat. He's just being dumped into the room the whole time. Like, sorry, I can't do that. So then the X or the non-X3D, so 8 through 15, notice that 5.7 on the 2 best cores for frequency, it gets up to 5.7. So the non-X3D cores behave very much like a non-X3D part. Actually, you know what? Let me move away from this because that's like that loud music is playing. Let me just get out of here. I'm trying to explain stuff and I notice like Hogsmeade music is like playing in the background. It's so loud. So let Let's just run over here where it's quiet. Okay, that's better. Yeah, go ahead, get rest, man. That's not fun having the teeth, having a tooth pulled. Yeah. Hope you feel better. Thanks for stopping by, though. It was always fun to chat. So I mean, this is interesting for people that are like thinking about like the X3D versus like a non-X3D core and how the difference is. So that's the main difference there. And then the other thing I wanted to look at was the memory. So here, the M clock is 4 gigahertz. That basically means 8,000 is the RAM speed. So DDR5 speed is 8,000. The actual M clock is 4 gigahertz. So right there, here are the primary timings. So these are basically the XMP profile that I loaded. I literally just loaded the XMP profile and went into Windows and started live streaming. I mean, it was that simple. It was so easy. And the memory training was like so short. I forgot how short memory training is on single rank 2 sticks of RAM. Because I've been running like 4 sticks, dual rank, and every time I try to overclock, I gotta sit and wait for like 3 minutes. So, yeah, it's nice when it just works. Exactly. A770's on the way? Okay, that's cool. Yeah. I'm curious about that A770 because that's you're getting the one that's the really big cooler, the triple fan. So I'm curious how that one's gonna perform with the dual 8-pin. Let's take a look at the voltages here. People might be interested in the voltages. Okay, so here's my VSOC. VSOC for 8,000 megatransfers, 1.185 volts. Yes, 1.185 volts for VSOC. You don't need a lot of voltage on VSOC for Ryzen. Contrary to what people say. Next we have... I wanted to show you guys this. So the... okay, the CPU package power. Here we go. 138. This is the power. This is the maximum. I'm giving you guys the maximum number because the average number is only 67 watts. The maximum number that we have seen on the 750X3D is 138.5. So basically, like a TDP of, you can call that 140 watts. 140 watts. And the only time I ever saw it do this was when it was compiling shaders at 100% load while also live streaming to YouTube. It was compiling shaders for Hogwarts Legacy. That right there kind of proves that this overclock is 100% stable. Now, I know you can't just use that one thing to prove stability, but that's the reason why I've been streaming and doing a bunch of different games, and we're doing this for a very long duration to stress test the system in the real world using real world apps like games and live streaming and having things open in the background like Discord and Afterburner and overlays and the web browser and the other browser monitoring the YouTube chat, etc. So there's like a whole bunch of stuff going on simultaneously on the computer. So I feel like this is a very good test for stability. And then we tested Forspoken on top of that. We tested Forspoken, and it's like Forspoken didn't crash, so I'm pretty happy with this overclock. So, but here is the thing that I've been trying to stress over and over again for probably the last couple of months talking about DDR5. Here we go. The F clock, the Infinity Fabric. This is the 2 gigahertz fabric clock. That's F clock. Basically, it says 1996. It's basically 2 gigahertz. Then we have mem clock, or not mem clock. We have U clock. U clock is the memory controller clock. It stands for Unified Memory Controller. So this is the IMC. Again, at 8,000. Now, look at this. Look at this. U clock and F clock are identical. That means data that flows from the core to the memory just straight up transparently crosses your Infinity Fabric with no buffering. It's 100% synced at this speed. This is the reason why I keep talking about 8,000 megatransfer RAM for Ryzen. And I will do benchmarks. My next video, most likely, unless there's another one that I complete before then, the next video that I plan to cover is going to be comparing 6,000 DDR5 versus 8,000 DDR5 in depth. We're going to be testing lots of games. I'm going to be testing some productivity apps like DaVinci Resolve. It's going to be a pretty loaded video in terms of amount of things that I plan to test. And I like to do real-world tests. Yes, I can do like AIDA64 and show latency and throughput, all that stuff. That's not really... I mean, it's in theory, it's good to see those numbers, but I feel like the real world is where you back up the claim. It's where you really show the real data. So whether I'm right or wrong on this 8,000 thing, I will prove myself either right or I'll prove myself wrong. Either way, they are now synced, which means they behave the same way the old Ryzen, basically all the old Ryzen CPUs, the 1000, the 2000, 3000, 5000, all like the Zen 2, the Zen 3, they all behaved like this. But because of DDR5, this was not achievable either unless you downclock your RAM severely to the point where it's slower than DDR4, or you overclock it up to 8,000 and run in Gear 2 mode so that your U clock is equal to your F clock. So I could try playing around with like overclocking F clock to like 2133 or something, or 2066, and then try to overclock the memory to match that. But then I'd be running at a weird number. Like it would be like 8,000 some number. But so maybe in the future I might investigate that further. But this is the reason why now we have a fully synchronized I/O die in terms of IMC facing toward the fabric, the Infinity Fabric. It's all synchronized at this speed. That's why, as far as I'm concerned, if you want the best performance on Ryzen, you either want 6,000 or you want 8,000. Because at 8,000, you get more throughput, more memory bandwidth than you had when you were at 6,000. Now, you're probably going to have worse latency, but we'll see in what scenarios latency is better and in what scenarios throughput and bandwidth is better. So, because I think it's going to be a trade-off. So, the other thing, just to kind of show this here, is... Oh, let's look at the temperature. So this is the new Vuitton. I'm not sure what this is. This is something on the motherboard. Then we have the... you guys can see my fan speeds. My fan speeds. When it was compiling shaders, the Deepcool AK620 air cooler, the fans ramped up to 1900 RPM on the fans for the Deepcool AK620 just now while we were compiling shaders for Hogwarts Legacy. But now they typically run around like 1500 to 1200. The average is around 1500 for those wondering. And then my chassis fans are basically dead quiet. My chassis fans run at like 900 RPM to 1000 RPM. So that's how quiet this PC is, because it's so efficient. What else? I wanted to show you guys the memory and the chipset. So, okay, so here's the chipset. Because this is an X670 motherboard, not a B650 motherboard, there are dual chipsets. We have one Renesas. This is the first chipset, so this one's running at 56 degrees. And then the second chipset is running at 54. If you have a B650 board, you will only have one of these. You won't have two of them. X670E is basically B650 times 2. It's two of a it's a B650 chipset plus another B650 chipset. That's literally what an X670 motherboard is. They're just daisy chained together. All right, and now here's the moment of truth. My RAM temperatures. This is what I wanted to see. So my RAM My first DIMM is running at 53 Celsius. The second DIMM, so this is the A2, this one's the B2. The second one's running at 51 degrees Celsius. Now keep in mind, this is after almost 4.5 hours of live streaming in a relatively decent case. This is a Cooler Master Scout 2 case with just air cooling everywhere. And those are the temperatures of the RAM sticks at 8,000 with no active cooling. There's no fan on my RAM sticks. They're just passively cooled. Now here's the nice thing about air coolers. Air coolers like the Deepcool AK620, the two fans are in close proximity to the RAM sticks. So the RAM sticks are actually benefiting from that air cooler. This is the reason why I like air coolers so much, that it's very, very... it's rare that you'll ever see me go liquid cooling. Because I get auxiliary cooling for my other components, including the VRM. But there you go. And look at the voltage. This is the reason why this GSkill kit of RAM that I keep talking about is the magical RAM. Because it's doing 8,000 at 1.35 volts. 1.35 volts is all you need. And the VSOC is literally 1.2. 1.2 VSOC, 1.35 on the RAM. That's all you need. 100% stable. 8,000. Easy mode. I may test this on the 13900K, this set of RAM, just to see like what it takes to do 8,000 on Intel. Because I just realized something. The motherboard that I'm using for this RAM is not, like, this RAM is not on the QVL list for the ASRock Steel Legend. It is on the QVL list for my Aorus Master with my Ryzen 7950X. So I'm technically running RAM that's not supposed to work. Or, okay, I shouldn't say that. It's not tested and validated by ASRock to work on this motherboard. It's not certified to work on this motherboard, but it's working. So, and it's working at like 8,000, guys. Like, come on, that's like what? So, yeah, if I'm forced to go single rank, I have to do 48 gigs of RAM. Like, I can't do 32 gigs of RAM in this day and age. It's just not enough RAM for me. We're talking about virtual machines earlier. Now, I don't typically run virtual machines on this PC, so which is the reason why this PC is kind of the perfect PC for me to run this very fast RAM, this Hynix 8i RAM, because I'm not doing like insane amounts of like rendering. I don't use this PC for rendering. This is basically a benchmark PC and a gaming PC, and technically it's like a live streaming PC. It's become a live streaming PC. It wasn't supposed to be used this way, but it ended up working out. So just to kind of show before we close out here, because we're pretty much at the end of the stream, just so that if people want to copy down this RAM, I want to show you guys the product page. So this is the RAM. This is the magical RAM that I'm using, and the reason why it's so good is because it's most likely Hynix A-die. It's definitely Hynix, and I don't know if it's Hynix A-die or E-die or whatever, but it's probably not Hynix M-die because it's not dual rank and because it's running at 1.35 volts. Like, the magic thing about this is it's 1.35 volts. I cannot stress this enough. There's two things I want you guys to remember from this live stream. If you want to run high-speed RAM, look for the lowest voltage possible out of the box, because that gives you that translates into lower temperatures. As you guys can see, I've been streaming and playing games for like 4.5 hours, and my RAM hasn't gone over like 53 degrees the whole stream. Like, that's the hottest it's got. The hottest one of them got was 55C. So, and this is a huge overclock. But if I had to run my RAM out of the box to get 8000 at 1.4 volts or 1.43 volts or 1.45 volts, rest assured it's going to run hotter at that increased voltage, because you increase voltage, that automatically means you increase heat. So this is the reason why I can't stress this enough. So lowest voltage possible for the highest speed, and remember the ratio. Remember the ratio. At this speed, at 8000, we unlock that magical 1-to-1 ratio between F clock and U clock. So that's probably gonna be it for this stream. When did I I bought the RAM today. I literally bought the RAM today. I went to Micro Center and I was like, hey, do you guys have this RAM? They said, so on the website, it said they had like 2. But they actually only had 1. They couldn't find the other one. And I've been trying to buy this RAM from them for like probably 4 months or more. Okay, part of it was me not wanting to buy the RAM. Or I would go and then they wouldn't have the RAM. Or I wouldn't want to buy the RAM. I basically like chicken out from buying the RAM because I was like, I can't justify buying 48 gigs of RAM because 48 gigs of RAM is not enough RAM. But then I started thinking, you know, like with the benchmark PC only primarily used for testing games, why do I need 96 gigabytes of RAM in a PC that just benchmarks games? So that was like, okay, now that justifies 48 gigabytes. And the reason why 48 gigabytes is better than first of all, 48 gigabytes is better than 32 gigabytes because it's 48 gigabytes versus 32 gigabytes. Second of all, 48 gigabytes is better than 64 gigabytes because 64 gigabytes, as of today, 64 gigabytes is considered dual rank, which is harder for your memory controller. Regardless of whether you're on AMD or Intel, dual rank is harder for your memory controller than single rank. And 24 gigabyte DIMMs like these is single rank. And that's the reason why the memory training is so fast. I feel like the people that complain about memory training, myself included, are training a lot of RAM. You're probably training either 4 sticks of memory or you're training dual rank DIMMs, which means you're running 64 gigabytes or you're running 96 gigabytes, which is what I run on my other PC, which is actually what I was running on this PC. And when you train dual rank, it takes longer to train versus single rank. I was shocked at how fast. All I did was put this memory in. I didn't even clear CMOS. All I did was pull out my 96 gigabyte kit, put in my 48 gigabyte kit, which is this one. It immediately like skipped the training and just like straight up went in with the voltages and the memory preset from the old memory kit on this memory kit. So it basically applied MCR cached values to the new RAM, and it just came up at 6400 XMP on a kit that wasn't supposed to do that, and it was working. But then I was like, okay, that was fast. Go into the BIOS, set it back to JDEC, reboot back, go back into BIOS, set the 8000 XMP profile, proceed to F10, save. All this will be shown in the video. I've already filmed like this whole thing that I'm describing, so this is kind of like spoilers for my upcoming video. But the point is, the memory training didn't take long at all. I was surprised how fast single rank trains compared to dual rank, because it's been a long time since I've looked at single rank memory. Like, I have single rank memory. It's the free RAM that Micro Center gave me when I first bought the Ryzen CPU. And it's Samsung memory. I never used it. I mean, I used it like one time, and then I put it in my Intel computer just to make sure it works. And then I took it out, and I never used it again. So it's literally sitting in my memory stockpile in the back somewhere. So, but yeah, it's pretty much like DDR4 in terms of like how easy it is to load XMP and just go. So very refined compared to how it was a year ago, a year at launch, you know, etc. So this is all good news because this tells me that Zen 5, which is coming out probably in like 3 months or so, maybe 3-4 months, if I had to guess. Like, don't quote me on that. I don't actually know. I'm just like guessing that it's gonna be like 3-4 months from now. We're gonna see Zen 5. This is good news because this means that Zen 5 is probably just gonna be an even smoother experience. It's even more refined, more mature experience with DDR5 and overclocking and that sort of thing. So that's gonna be it for this stream. Hope you guys enjoyed the content. As always, like the video. Subscribe to the channel if you're not subscribed. If you like these sort of things, like this sort of in-depth hobbyist PC DIY content like this, feel free to subscribe to the channel. Be on the lookout. Hit that bell icon to be on the lookout for that DDR5 6000 versus 8000 real-world comparison video, because I'll be working on that tomorrow. And I'll see you guys next time. Thanks.